Hello.
Possible, but oh man, and Lion King, by the way. Big shout out to my buddy Sancho West, who just finished Lion King recently on stream.
Sancho West is my buddy.
Oh, okay. Well, he's actually my friend. But
I know.
This is what happens when I can't sit between them.
Darn it, Sancho, I believed in you.
I won. It's all me. I won. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, what are your favorite 90s games? Let us know with the hashtag E3 2021 so we can get you up on screen. But still to come here on the E3 stage, we've got our indie showcase, Capcom, and so much more. The party's just getting started, so don't go anywhere.
Как раз подуспел. Практически за минуту. Так, а чё запись-то идет? Остановить, конечно же. Нафиг надо. Да. Я понял еще в чем прикол. Сейчас еще кое-что сделаю. Что еще кое-что сделаю? Ну, окей, смотрим в этот раз на Твиче, если. Так, не сюда.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。 您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
Я даже, по-моему, себя слишком прибавил.
As a part of Play for All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play for All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play for All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of the E3's official broadcast.
Ну, на Твиче реально
one time I was at E3 sitting there for lunch, and we were just sitting there eating, and then we talked business, then we start talking games. I remember talking about Assassin's Creed, and I was saying how I stuck in the room, I climbed on the wall, then I jumped down, I took the knife, and I stabbed the person in the back. I looked over to my left, and I saw these people talk, they were talking, then they stopped listening, like, oh my God, what is he talking about? He just talking about killing somebody? I said, it's a video game. They're like, oh, okay. Oh man, these people thought I killed somebody. They thought I was a hitman. I was like, oh, this is too funny.
Ну, это услышите, в принципе.
Thanks to our sponsors at DoorDash. Get more from your neighborhood, from restaurants and convenience to grocery and corner stores. All right, folks. Well, we are back here at E3 2021. And, here's the truth, guys. Sometimes the most difficult discussions, are the ones that you need to have the most. And with the gaming community already being such a diverse place, it's time for the creative space to reflect that. So here's take 2 with an important discussion on the necessity of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the corporate responsibility to honor those things.
Я тут свои дела, когда начал делать. Ладно, ну чё ждем-то? Президент, я надеюсь. Наверное, еще
Hello, I'm Alan Lewis, Vice
ничего не могу
President of
сказать.
Corporate
Ну как не
Communications
могу,
and
пока
Public
лучше не
Affairs
надо
for
ничего
Take-Two
говорить.
Interactive.
Сейчас Take-Two
Thank you for joining us
начинаю.
today and welcome to
Опять
Virtual
же, все это
E3
очень долго.
2021. Take-Two, like many organizations, is deeply committed to and actively involved in numerous initiatives to enhance diversity, equity, and inclusion within our society and industry. Affecting meaningful, sustainable change is a continuous process, and there is no one solution that can achieve that goal. We believe that to enact change, especially for those in underserved and underrepresented communities, there needs to be a continuum of activism and engagement with educational programs serving as its core foundation. Beginning with children in elementary school, we have the ability to light a spark of creativity, intellectual curiosity, and wonder that can last a lifetime. Continuing through middle and high school, we can support and nurture students during their formative years and increase the depth of their skills that can provide a pathway to attending one of the 400 plus colleges and universities within the United States that offer degrees in game design. Providing opportunities to attend these academic institutions, including need-based financial support, is also a critical component to helping end generational cycles of inequality. And while pursuing their creative and technical degrees, students can learn firsthand from industry leaders that share their experience, acumen, and passion through one-on-one mentoring and internships at our organization. Together, if our industry can execute this continuum, we will have invested meaningfully in the lives of the youth from these communities for more than a decade before they begin their professional journey. Diversity and inclusion make us a better industry for today, and most importantly, for tomorrow. It allows us to make better entertainment experiences that are authentic, culturally relevant, and reflective of the audiences that enjoy them. Today, we have brought together a few of our important partners who will share their organization's mission and role in this endeavor, as well as their insights on how we as an industry can continue to take these important steps together for the future. We hope that you find their work as inspiring as we do. It is now my pleasure to turn things over to my colleague, Tony Lagans, Director of Diversity and Inclusion for 2K, who will be the moderator for today's discussion.
Thanks, Alan. It's my pleasure to be your moderator for today's session. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce my esteemed panelists today. We're going to start off with Jim Huntley. Jim Huntley is currently the professor and head of marketing at USC. Jim is a faculty advisor, and he's an executive producer for USC Games Expo and a co-founding partner of PACU Gaming. Next, we have Susanna Pollock. Susanna is the president of Games for Change, which is a nonprofit that empowers game creators and social innovators to drive real-world impact through games and immersive media. Next to Susanna, we have Gordon Bellamy. Gordon is a professor of practice of cinematographic arts at USC. He is also the head of USC Bridge Incubator, which is a program that helps to cultivate the next generation of leaders in the video game industry. And last, next to Gordon, we have Layla Shabir. Layla is the founder of Girls Make Games, which offers a series of summer camps, workshops, and game jams designed to inspire the next generation of designers, creators, and engineers. Welcome to all of you, great panelists, and thank you so much for joining our important discussion today. Now, I'd like to dive right in here, and Jim, I'm going to start with you. In Alan's opening, he mentioned something that was so important, and it was really just talking about the increasing role that diversity, equity, and inclusion it is playing in the video game industry today. So before we get into the big concepts that we're talking about here, let's just break some things down for our viewers. Jim, can you help us understand and talk about equity and diversity and why it's so important in the conversation about the video game industry today?
Absolutely. Equity and diversity has been a challenge for the gaming industry since its inception. It hasn't really changed very, very much over time, but I think the biggest change that people are seeing in the last 2 to 3 years are the lack of it in the modern era and the rationale that there's no excuse behind not having better equity and diversity in the industry from here on out. So what I like about working with companies like Take-Two and some other companies that have reached out to me about an initiative we started called the Gerald A. Lawson Endowment Fund, is that companies are now looking to invest in getting more diversity in their ranks and getting more stories told from different points of view.
I appreciate that. That's great conversation there. So let's talk about just kind of the inequities and why is it so important to have these conversations. Let's talk about that whole aspect and just getting people in the right mindset to understand what's available for them as majors in this industry. Jim, just talk to us a little bit about that.
Absolutely. So a lot of what we've been focusing on from a USC Games perspective is making sure that students of color, Black and Indigenous students in particular, because they have the least amount of representation within our industry out of all the various demographic groups. We've been focusing on scholarships, but the challenge that we have, and I think the challenge that society and the industry has, is it starts earlier than that. There's a phrase from, I can't remember who to attribute to, but there's a phrase that he used that I remember saying, the inequities of our past pay dividends in the future, and that sticks with me because the reality is we don't have a great opportunity or access to computer science labs and specialized education in grade school and high school and junior high school. The industry has, the odds of you having a great portfolio piece when it comes there's a phrase to apply to a program like ours puts you at a deficit, and if that deficit keeps rolling on into the future, generation after generation, the gap between the ability to get into some of these slots in game design and not being able to get them gets wider and wider. So we need to do a better job as a society, and we are willing to do our part and help work with companies like Take-Two to lead the vanguard on how do we get students some opportunity from grade school? Like, how do we make sure they can see this as an option? Because when I, as a Black man, get in front of a small group of grade school students, and I say I work in the video game industry, you can see the eyes just their minds explode because they've never seen anyone like me and the videos they see on YouTube or other visitors to their classes and to their seminars. So it's important to show that we have a presence here, but it's also important to make sure that the students who look like us, who are 20 years, 30 years, 40 years behind us, also have the opportunities that we didn't in some cases to get a job in this industry.
Yes, thank you so much for your insight. So important there. Susanna, that really kind of speaks to a lot of the great work that you're doing in helping to reach this underserved community. Can you talk about the work that Games for Change is doing?
Sure. So, our mission, as you said earlier, is to empower game designers and social innovators, right? To use games for social change. And we see our work with younger people as really inspiring the next generation, right? And so just what Jim was saying, like we're going as young as sixth grade, sometimes fifth grade, but trying to give young people, and mostly in Title I schools, so those are schools that qualify for free lunches, which often are representing the underserved communities, an opportunity to dive in deeply into this gaming industry, this experience they all love to do, and help them become creators of this content, not just consumers. And we've been finding that it's a program that we've been running called the Games for Change Student Challenge. We've been running it for the past 6 years. We've reached over 30,000 young people in middle and high school. And we not only give them an opportunity to learn how to make games, but we also combine that with civic engagement. So they have to think about how games can help make their communities better. So right from the start, we want to empower them to think about this really important medium, not only as something they love to do, but they actually can make. They're learning important 21st century and STEM skills that can help them regardless of what career path. But what we really hope to see happen is that they see a future for themselves and they see an opportunity, a pathway for them. And part of our program, an important part of it, is this idea of mentoring, and mentoring from near peers and also from people from the community. So as Jim says, it's so important they see themselves in the people that are coming to speak to them. So when we're in Los Angeles, for example, we can reach out to USC Games for game design students to come and speak to the kids, that we can bring people in from Riot or Activision or from Take-Two to come in and say, yes, this is what I do, and this is something for you. And we do the same thing in New York and working in Atlanta and Detroit. And I can tell you that students are coming back year on year, and we're seeing them use this program as like their college essay, or they're building their portfolio. And I love the idea that, if we can get to them at a young age, they spend their summers with Layla at Girls Make Games, and then they can go on and apply to college, and we were talking about this pipeline or this pathway for them. And so that's that role and what we hope to inspire.
I love what you said there, Suzanne. There's so many little nuggets that you just pulled out there. The different avenues you can have and career pathways there are in the gaming industry. Just the activity that you can have in terms of having mentorship and role models and representation, and just, having good gamers out there. So there's so many things that you talked about that I want to hit on. Let's just pull Layla into this conversation and just talk about the idea of mentorship and representation. Layla, talk about the workshops and the summer programs that you offer to girls. How does that help to increase the representation and the mentorship aspects that we've talked about?
Thanks so much for having me. I was on mute. This is 2021, still going on mute. But like Susanna said, I think it's really important to kind of pass that baton on. And I think we see this summer after summer, having created a place that's, for girls. We get this question a lot. Why do you need a space that's just for girls? There's so many programs out there that are open to everyone. But I think it's just so important to create that space because, like Jim talked about, it's so important to see people who are like yourselves. For many of the girls that come to camp, this is their first time walking into a room full of girls who love video games. They've been so accustomed to kind of being the only girl on their robotics team, or the only girl that went to a coding camp with their brother, and the girl who's fighting her brothers for the Xbox controller. So those are very common themes and stories, and I think it's important to kind of tie in not just the mentorship, but also the community. It's very important to walk into a room and feel like you're not an outsider, and the best way to do that is to show many more faces that look just like you. It's really validating to walk away, not just with the technical skills, but to feel like these are people that I'm going to, kind of encounter in 10, 15 years and we'll be like professionals, because right now we're just kids making games, but we'll be professionals in a few years. And 7 years out for Girls Make Games, we're finally starting to see, these girls kind of make plans together to go to college. And this year, I would say like the first time we got in like dozens of emails from families saying, my daughter is now thinking of college and how do we get this portfolio going? How do we set that up? So I think touching on Jane's point too, there's so many challenges that, people have to go through just to get everything right. You shouldn't have to rely on luck so much. So if you look at the women who are now excelling and thriving in the industry and you ask them their stories, so many things had to go right in their lives to finally end up in the industry, many of whom ended up there accidentally, like me and even Tony. I think Tony and I touched on that earlier, but it shouldn't have to be luck or accident. We can actually intentionally create these pipelines. And I think it requires all of us working together, like everyone in this room, talking about what we're doing and how do we pass our students on from, we start as young as 8, getting them onto the programs and then passing them on to the student challenge and then on to USC and then finally on to the industry. I think that's basically the magic formula to solving the problem that we're talking about today.
Yes, thank you for hitting on that pipeline challenge and actually solution. You really clearly laid it out there for us. I really, really enjoy that. And something else you mentioned is just like really opening this world of gaming to new, diverse, a pool and a spectrum of gamers. And how do we create those real pathways back into the gaming industry? Gordon, you've done a lot of work in just helping to create value where value was not seen in places in the gaming industry, specifically for the gay gaming professionals. Can you talk about how the representation and widening the spectrum of what gaming professional looks like and how your company and your role really accomplishes that?
Sure. So we have a mission which is focused on education, employment, expertise, and entrepreneurship. And the reason why is because alongside diversity and equity inclusion, there's a new word that's come up a lot, which is belonging, yes. Right? A feeling of belonging, of being default. And I know that people in their uniqueness do a lot of mental, socioeconomic, and sometimes social gymnastics before they get to be as good as they are, before they get a chance to participate in this panel, or participate in our industry by and large. And I think the work that we all share is trying to disrupt some of those mental gymnastics, socioeconomic gymnastics, social gymnastics that young women, people of color, indigenous people, neurodiverse people need to do in order to be as great as they are, to belong, in the space. And sort of hearing, what Layla's speaking to of a cohort, right, that treats each other as default, and where are we going to go now together collectively? The program, Jim's putting in place, right, with the endowment honoring Lawson, where there's going to be cohorts of Black and indigenous people, right, growing together. And the work that Susanna, you've been doing since before it was cool, okay? You were changing games, making that dollar out of 15 cents before all of us. All of that work, and with the support of corporations like Take-Two, right, is enabling us to move a generation forward. Specifically with GGP, we have a scholars program in partnership with Take-Two. Some go to USC, many go on to participate in Games for Change, and many have been girls who made games. And that's where we find ourselves intersecting, is at that college point of how do we take them towards professionalization? And then we hope to carry them through into employment, into being experts, right? Because that's the real challenge when you're trying to discover people. You don't want just to be entering, you want experts, right? And if things are going to really change, like this discussion, you need owners, right? Layla, owner. Susanna, owner. Jim, owner. All of you, owners of facets of your business, right? That is where we become the batter, not the frosting, right? Where the change is, more than we can count, 2%, 3%, 1%. We aren't even the ones counting, right? We're still being counted, right? Until you're doing the counting, nothing has changed, right? I don't need to ask, how many young ladies are in Girls Make Games? You're like, all of them, right? And what is the gender balance of Games for Change? I didn't know, all of it, right? These sort of systemic changes, that is the work I think we all share. I think it's why we all made time today, right? I've been to every E3. I was a booth boy when I started, and I'm still here, right? 25, 26 years later, haven't missed one yet. So I hope that someone out there sees this and begins their path, right? And this is additive, that's why we're all here.
I appreciate that. Yes, exactly what you're saying. There's so much more that all of us can be doing. The accountability piece is really very important, Gordon. Thank you for bringing that up. I just want to lay this out there to all our panelists. What can corporations do to really set themselves up for success in the near future and grabbing this new talent, this talent out there that we need to capture to help us build better, more relevant, engaging video games? What can corporations do?
So I was thinking about this in particular as Gordon was talking about the scholarships that he puts forward. So having organizations, companies like Take-Two have to be visible to young people, not just because they're buying, they're downloading the games off of Xbox or PlayStation, but because they're there in front from the beginning. And so Take-Two has been part of our challenge since the beginning, offering scholarships to our grand prize winners. And I can tell you that that's a motivator for kids to participate, not just because there's a scholarship at the end, but it's because Take-Two is part of it. It made us cool. They want to hear what I have to say. And I think it's that relationship because at that young of an age, this program exists, and because I'm interested in doing it. And I makes a connection with people. It's like, they want to hear what I have to say. Right? They're here because this program exists and because I'm interested in doing it. And I think that kind of relationship with these kids, whether they're mentoring and coming into a classroom, they're volunteering at a game jam or judging games at the end of the competition, they're involved. And I think that it really has an impact on young kids' lives.
Yes, I love that.
I just want to add to what Suzanne's saying. I think that, and something that, we're talking about Take-Two, and thank you for having us, is making the success of Black people, of women, of queer people, of indigenous people, neurodiverse people, a business goal. Plain the same way that the consumption, right, of content, right, get some downloadable skins, buy some NBA 2K, right, that's a business goal around which the business is aligned. And I feel as though if the expertise of women, Black people, neurodiverse, other populations was a business goal, then that would be the change. It'd be that simple. Like, oh, our business is more successful if there is more of this, right? And that's about people being of value versus just being valuable, which are two different things. There's lots of exceptional people, right, who are of value in spite of their circumstances. They're valuable, right? There's a difference between saying you're of value and that's a business goal in itself. And I think that's the real change, because it used to be, I mean, just real talk, it used to be about exceptionalism, right? And be like, oh, you're able to thrive under this duress, right? Isn't that cool? Versus, right, you are actually who we are, so we are going to cultivate you. That's who we are year round. That's what we look like, what we sound like, right? Who we are. Right. And so as the lever moves more towards that, right, the same way, like I have biases. I attended Harvard College, so I'm of value, right? There's value in that, right? I'm treated that way in some circles. If the same lens was put onto women, onto brown people, Black people, queer people, then there'd be no, as the kids say, no cap on the change that could take place.
Right. And that just speaks to being deliberate with our diversity, inclusion, equity practices. Corporations really have to take that accountability and, like you said, do what's right in that spectrum, in that conversation, looking at value from different sources and kind of recalibrating our minds to that. But like you guys have said, it takes time. It takes starting earlier in the pipeline. I love that you just call that out. What other things can corporations do that are just different than what we've been doing in the past, perhaps? What would you recommend?
I would even add to what Gordon just said. The looking at this challenge as a business challenge is key. That's what between the inspiration of the social justice marches from last summer and really talking to our chair, Danny Bilson, who said that, hey, if you were going to tackle this issue, this giant generational issue as a business problem, what would you do? And that flipped the light switch on for me. Well, of course, like any business problem, what are my challenges? I've got gaps in my supply chain, if you will. So how do I fill those gaps in my supply chain? And really working your way backwards in a way where you're putting objectives, strategies, and tactics in place to achieve those goals from a business perspective. You're going to see outcome when it's not just, hey, here's a check and good luck with charity X. It's going to be more of, okay, here's a check. This is what we're hoping to see. Let's measure along the way and see if we're seeing progress on that. And it's the measurement of progress and adjusting in real time based on the data that you're getting back. That's where you're going to meet. That's where you're going to see the gap start to close in a meaningful way and be able to point out to other people in the industry, like, hey, this is what we can all do together. What if we scale this effort up and really had an impact on society as a whole? That mindset is really going to be what changes the game.
So I like to think about it as like a pie. You know, when we think about from a corporate strategy, we always think about there's a piece of the pie and everyone gets a little piece of the pie. But I think the way we have to approach this is really, the pie is not a fixed size. I think by including more people, the pie gets bigger. So it's not a fixed size that we're trying to all get a piece of, but by including more people, you know, in the industry, who, by becoming creators of this medium, we actually expand the medium, expand it beyond just entertainment. And I think that speaks really heavily to me as a problem solver. Is like when I look at video games, it's such an underutilized tool for social change. And I think like that, I can see Susanna kind of has been on the forefront of that. And coming in as an outsider to the games industry, I was just kind of blown away that, oh my God, you can do so much. Like 9 out of 10 kids play video games. not 9 out of 10 boys, 9 out of 10 kids. We're talking about literally changing perceptions and inspiring and educating generation after generation. And yet that power rests in the hand of like a select few. And I think when you think about it, not just from a corporate responsibility, but as a social responsibility, like what are we putting out there for our kids to consume? I think we need to bring in pretty much everyone, anyone and everyone who's interested in building a future together in that. So between the pie and the corporate responsibility, I feel like there's a lot that gets lost. Like, I think there's a big dichotomy between these are people that are doing good and these are people that are self-serving, but it doesn't work like that. We have to work together, and everyone does kind of go between what's good for me and what's good for everyone, so.
Thank you for bringing that concept up, Layla. The codependency. We are all community members in this pipeline, and we have to be active, deliberate in our processes, in our systems, how we tackle this problem. Before we end this conversation, there's tons of questions that we have that we want to ask you. So I'm going to pause right now and give our esteemed questionnaires a chance to ask their questions that are top of mind related to our conversation today. So we're going to start it off with some questions from our other video game industry experts here. We've got Carrie, she's an executive producer from Private Division. We also have Vanetta, who's a director of talent acquisition with Take-Two, and Nir, he's the head of mobile for Take-Two. So go ahead and fire it away.
Awesome. Thank you, Tony. The first question is for Layla, but certainly open to having the rest of our panelists answer the question. But at the beginning of your career, did you ever imagine being a leader within an industry that is predominantly male-dominated? And what is your advice for other young women that are interested in taking a similar path to where you are today?
Thank you, Juanetta. I don't think I really envisioned being in a male-dominated industry, although I did envision being in a male-dominated world, because I grew up in the Middle East and I was painfully aware of being a girl and how my life was going to turn out to be different from my male peers or my brothers or my cousins or any of that. I was fortunate that my parents were very supportive and they wanted me to pursue whatever dream I wanted. But I think having that mindset and coming from a world that was very much male-dominated already prepared me for, hey, whatever I end up doing, there's going to be more boys or men than me. I think the piece of advice that I would really give girls is to honestly not think about your gender when you think about what you want to pursue, because it's all about you specifically. You might end up liking things that people, even your age, your geographic location, your educational background, or your family might not have heard of or even thought of. And that is all the things that I ended up doing were things that didn't match anything that I had seen in my own environment, but I just kind of pursued what I wanted to. And then 2 is to kind of use a very selective hearing. I think you have to kind of develop selective hearing, listen to the people that care about you, that love you and encourage you in being more of who you are, and diminish the voices of people who say you can't do things because it's never been done, or that's not how it is, or that's not how the world works. The way the world works is based on the world that we build, and we're continually building a new world. So it doesn't matter how things are done now, they're going to be done a different way as you grow up, and you can be part of building that world. So those would be like my 2 pieces of advice for girls, is to just pursue what you want and, develop selective hearing.
All right. My question is for Susanna, but also open to anyone else who would like to answer. And I think Gordon kind of hit it earlier when he said that, most of us didn't have a lot of examples or opportunities. I'm in that boat. I didn't have any programs and anyone telling me that I could do this, and definitely had to, not necessarily an accident, but really had to work in a different way, harder than most. So my question, Susanna, for you is, could you share an example of how your program has impacted someone that has participated, or, a few people?
Sure. So as I said, our program is 6 years old in New York City. We're a bit younger in the other cities that we're operating in, and there are opportunities now that kids all over the country can participate. But we saw in New York a very particularly strong cohort. We're actually in over 125 schools right now in New York City, and there are some rock star teachers that have encouraged their kids to participate, their participants year on year on year. And that to me is certainly the beginning of getting this kind of program off the ground, and particularly in schools where students usually aren't offered this kind of experience. So one, having the teachers find value and really and work to and making it a part of an annual program within their school system has also allowed students to continue with the program year on year. There's one young woman in particular who won, I think she won the our theme category the first time round. When she participated as a sophomore. The junior year, she won again. And by the senior year, she was a grand prize winner in New York City. And I hear that she then followed on with a full scholarship to NYU Game Center. Right. And it was just amazing. And I just remember she was invited to speak at the Games for Change Festival after she won. It must have been the second year. I don't think it was the third year. And she came and we were having a conversation about, the program, and she was invited to speak on it. And her father came with her and followed her around the entire 2 days she was there with a camera, recording her experience in this, professional environment, not only when she was speaking, but when she was sitting and watching the other people on stage. And it was so awesome to see that kind of support within her family. And I'm like, all right, you've got educators supporting this young woman, this pathway. She's got her family. And actually, since she graduated, I've seen other kids in her family come through the program. But it takes that kind of multiple supports from different directions to really support this young woman who is a woman of color from Brooklyn, who found her path, right? And she got the right supports, and she got there. And now I also understand that she's launched her own studio and is raising money, on Kickstarter. She's remarkable.
That's awesome. Thanks for sharing that story. That's so cool.
Nir, do you have a question for our panelists?
Yeah, hi, I do. So my question is to Gordon. I'm looking at LGBTQ representation in gaming. I've been in gaming for more than 12 years, and it feels to me that representation is a bit low than what you would expect, what I see in tech in other sectors. Do you have some data or some thoughts about that? Is that the fair estimation? And if so, why is that? And what are the main challenges that LGBTQ individuals face in this industry?
Sure. Well, I'll tell you a little history here. So when we started GGP about 15 years ago, which is not that long ago in corporate times, queer people only existed on an anonymous mailing list, anonymous to each other.
Просто я посмотрю на Твиче и на Ютубе. А чего вы еще ожидали? По GTA 6 пока? Естественно, нет. Они будут просто обо многом рассказывать. Не мафии, скорее всего, не GTA 6. Да ничего, не просто поговорят люди.
Had already sold a company to Activision. Employment safety. So that is the number one reason why. And just in this new recent history, have we begun to build the trust and value in each other so as to aggregate and to even acknowledge each other, okay? And to build systemic ties to companies like Take-Two and others to move from hiding from the industry, right? Escaping from the industry, to affinity, right? Like,
Здорово,
right?
брат.
To employee resource groups and
Тут ничего не происходит. Что-то я слишком рано запустил. Ну, как бы, Take-Two уже идет, но ничего они не собираются показывать, естественно, просто болтают, и люди недовольны.
That queer identity is of value, and there's customers, there's of course creators, there's of course business leaders and owners, you know, of all walks, and in the optimum business, you would cultivate, you know, all types of people. As a game craft, we are still in generation 1. You even asking this question here, you are a wild pioneer. You are the out there with your machete chopping down bamboo to even ask this question, which presumes that LGBT people would be employed, okay, and then in communication with each other, right? In communication with each other across different companies, and in any sort of ongoing concern. So welcome. Thank you for asking. For those of you at home, we have a Discord and a Facebook that you can all join and participate at any time, or you can reach out to me directly on Twitter, Gordon Bellamy. Wherever you may be on or off your path as an LGBTQIA person or an ally, right? Because I think that's something we've all discovered. And I think whatever population you are part of, whether it be across gender or race or expression identity, is that you don't have to be a member to care. Okay? You don't have to be a member to say this is an important issue. And in fact, a lot of the work that we do at a corporate level is saying, hey, you don't have to do all the work. Right? You don't have to push the rock that's sitting on you. We're going to help you push that rock that's on you. It's not on me, but I can help push, right? Because I can see it. It's on you. And so asking these questions, corporate support, time, right? 3 T's, time, talent, and treasure, you know, will move this discussion forward. I hope that answers your question there, but otherwise just get at me. I can, you know, tell you more. And anyone out there who's watching, we can tell you more in greater detail.
Gordon, I know your company has some things going on in the few months.
Oh,
Can you talk about some of the activities you guys have?
Sure. So we have most of our content now, in addition to our scholars program and our community service that we do with Take-Two, is streaming. So we stream front page of Twitch and we bring it to YouTube, content around equity, inclusion, belonging. And not just LGBT, we just had our second Indigenous game creators panel yesterday. Big hit, because you know what? Indigenous creation has always been here. Always been here. In August, we're going to be doing our first GDC honors. It's going to be honoring the best in diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging in our craft. So we're going to be lifting up the people who do the work, right? Every day in our ERGs, in our executive suites, like Dr. Liggins, right? These people need to be cultivated as well, right? The same way that we cultivate engineers, artists, and other things that we value, right? Things that we value need to be cultivated. So we're going to begin to do that work August. Tune in, front page of Twitch. It's going to be a mood. Hope you're all there.
Awesome. Thank you. We probably have time for one more question, so let's go for it. Who's got their last burning question for our panelists?
Oh, I have several questions.
Burn.
If it's one, we'll just speak. I have to come from the affinity group, ERG, BRG perspective. So Gordon, thank you for touching on that. So this question is for both Jim and Gordon, as someone that, you know, represents a member of an ERG as well as a leader of an ERG. What advice would you give ERGs, affinity groups, BRGs that are either just starting out or those that are established in organizations that are looking for ways to further embed themselves into the business?
Ну,
So
не
that,
сегодня,
that
вряд ли.
better
Хотя, кто
versus
знает.
pricing
Есть
that you're
вероятность, что
talking
завтра
about.
покажут, но я уже,
So, I mean,
честно, не
to add to
надеюсь.
that, I
Я
think
уже
something that a few of us
Я
have
уже
touched on
разочарован
earlier
в
is
НРС, можно
an old
сказать. Чё
adage
тянуть?
from the business world:
Показали
you
бы
can't manage
сразу.
what you can't measure.
Чё они еще
If
уже...
you don't have a way to
Мы
see how
через
your
год, что ли,
progress
увидим
is
Combat Pack 3?
evolving over a
Ну это
continuum,
что, это
you kind of just
хорошо
go,
разве?
well, I think something's working. Let's just keep doing that.
Я
And
не знаю, может
business
на
people,
Nintendo
me
покажут.
myself being one of them, don't
Я
respond well to that. It's just
фиг знает
okay,
завтра.
let's just keep investing in a
Но
thing that
завтра
I don't know the
Nintendo я
results of.
пропущу
You
сразу.
need to be
Говорю,
able
мы
to go
сразу
back and say,
перейдем к
hey,
Bandai
this
Namco.
year we were
Тоже, то
here,
есть.
this following year we were here. Here's
Хотя
the,
нет,
not only
там во
have we
сколько? В
seen
2
a
часа начинается.
positive
Все-таки
impact
увидим. Но
on the
опять же, вот
investment or
сейчас
good
они просто болтают.
ROI,
И
but we
завтра будет то
also
же самое.
recognize the fact that
Вот
the
был,
partner and
вот
partners that we're working
присутствовали
with
бы
are
Activision,
making moves and
Electronic
making
Arts.
investments into the future
Не
that they're
было у
saying
них
that they want
своих
to see.
дел. Вот было
The
бы
positive
вообще
feedback
прикольно.
loop of being able to say,
Да
here's
и
data that shows that
Konami
what we're
отказались в
doing is having
последний
an
момент.
impact on our
Ну,
objectives,
я так
and
понял, они сейчас
rewarding
все
that
вообще
partner or those
изменили,
partners for that
они
investment, for that
поменяли все в
support.
последний
That's
момент.
really key to building a positive feedback loop around investing in diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yeah, what Jim said, but I'd still say make it mobile. God, if you could move that needle like 0.2%, anything, you can't get cut. You can't get cut then, right? There's no way, no one can say budget's tight when you're moving that needle 0.2%, right?
No, the scale at which we all operate, it's pretty staggering when you think about it. When you aggregate how much revenue and profit goes and gross profit goes in the games business, for a meaningful moving of the needle of DEI, comparatively speaking, it's not a huge amount of money. It's, to have a really big demonstrable impact, measurable impact. If we aggregate our dollars and really focus on some key objectives, we can really move the needle in a way that's going to, frankly, when you start seeing things work, people get excited. It worked. Let's keep doing it. Let's keep doing it. And it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And that's why the Lawson Fund is what it is. It's an endowment because we want to see it have an impact in the aggregate over time, over generations, and support students for decades to come. Not just have it be this fiscal year, what can we do?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
One more thing, just to let it go, is just keep saying Black out loud. Right? Let's get back to Black is beautiful. We've been residing in Black Lives Matter for a long time, and we need to be back to like Black and proud and Black and beautiful. And so your existence, right? And saying it and saying positive outcomes after the word Black is meaningful each and every day that you can do it in your ERG.
I love that. Thank you.
Good question. We've got time for more. What else do we have?
All right, I'll go if we have time for more. Layla, how have you been able to actually connect with the people in the community to bring awareness for your programs? Like, how do you actually gather people, to participate, and especially like in the very beginning?
Oh my gosh. So the first camp in 2014, we literally barged into a maker fair with flyers. And we were just going around and being like, you look like you would love video games because you're playing with robots right now. So come to our camp. But I think it's pretty much primarily been word of mouth originally, but then when we ended up partnering with the game studios and game companies, that really helped elevate the program and the PR. I think Susanna touched on that. It's like it actually legitimized us and then kind of made us really cool. Like, hey, you can go make games at these game studios. You can actually make a game at Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, Take-Two. You can go into their offices, meet the developers, and make these games. And I think that cool factor has kind of really helped us out. When it comes to speakers and people who want to mentor and be involved, that's been a lot easier because, a lot of our teachers end up being college students themselves, and they come back and they'll say things like, I wish this program existed when I was younger. It sucks I couldn't go to it, but at least I get to be a part of it and give back to the kids. And then same thing for mentors and speakers. There's so much interest in wanting to give back and wanting to welcome new voices into the industry. We haven't really had to do a lot of pushing. In fact, we get pulled in a lot of directions. I was talking to my team the other day. I was like, this is a very fortunate problem to have where we're getting pulled in 100 directions because we're needed in 100 directions, as opposed to us telling people that, hey, this is important, pay attention, and look at what we're doing. So I would say it's been very organic, and really the tide is turning. We're building a new industry. We're building on the industry that we have, but we're also building a new part of the industry together. So it's really exciting.
Так,
Thank you. Thanks, Layla.
давайте обсудим
And thank you to our
тогда.
panelists. You guys have been very inspirational, very
Ай, давайте
thought-provoking,
так.
and
Только
have
надо найти
left
это
us
еще.
with
Это
a lot
вчера,
of great
получается, было.
tidbits to take away, to
Ой,
take back to our
жесть.
corporations and our respective
Так, вот.
organizations, to really make a deliberate impact in our community that we're building and this whole world of diversity and equity and inclusion in the video game industry. So thank you all. Thank you, the viewers, for joining, and
Вот.
have fun at the
Других
virtual
не
E3
будет. Это и
conference.
есть коллекционка, так сказать, по Стражам Галактики. Ну, типа стилбук, какой-то артбук, да? Саундтрек. И в такой мини-коробочке. Но это, блин, комикс Deluxe Edition. Но это не коллекционка. Странно. Но я слышал, что больше ничего не добавили.
Loved the sort of 8-bit,
Так что у них там
16-bit
закипш начался,
pixel
ну
art
да.
style. As an artist, I just kind of fell in love with that aesthetic.
Number one, Mega Man X, favorite game of all time. Whenever somebody asks me the deserted on an island question, Mega Man X is the game.
I would say Tomb Raider. Lara Croft is
Чё?
the reason
По
why I
Ларе
started
Крофт
to
что-то?
become really adventurous in my own life and
Так
wanted
вот.
to be as intelligent and curious and brave as her.
Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. I feel like that was the first video game that I've ever played where I've seen so many black people
Как
in one
рекламу
game
просто
and felt
ставлю.
like, oh my gosh,
Так,
my
окей.
people. You got the Isley Brothers playing on the radio? Like, oh yes, this is where I need to be.
Parappa the Rapper on PlayStation. Man, bring that back, PlayStation. Parappa got more bars than half the industry right now. So I recommend that you all go check it out because it's one of my favorites.
I think it might be Apex Legends, and I
Не-не-не,
know,
стой.
you know, the thing you're most excited about is the thing that you just done, but truly, I have been waiting my entire life to play a character like Valk, and yeah, it's changed my life.
My favorite game is, without question, absolutely League of Legends. It's been like a decade since release, and it's still just at the top of the charts, and it's where I go with all my friends and hang out. It's my go-to.
That was the first female I actually ever seen play video games. Was my mother, and she loved 007. And we would all play, me and my
Да
brother,
чтоб тебя, я
my
хочу
mother and my
попробовать.
dad.
Да
And
не
we would
то,
just, we would
блин,
just
столько всего.
go
мне
crazy
это-
in that game, have game nights and everything.
Lion King, Sega, on Sega, because that will teach you about life
Да,
right
мать,
quick.
ну да.
That was hard.
Так. Да ну, я что, зря все настраивал, сейчас я что-то это... Сейчас, короче, все.
Cracking up, love him. Anyway, welcome back to E3
Просто как
2021. Do
реклама
not
есть.
forget to check out
Ладно, блин.
e3expo.com.
Если что, в любой момент могу
shop for your
закрыть.
E3 2021 needs.
Look like this. Don't you want to look like this,
Так,
young
кто
man?
следующий?
You want to look
All right.
just like me?
You want to look like a
Literally.
schlub like me? I'm in a bomber jacket. Nobody likes me. Or do you want to be in an E3 bomber jacket and everybody likes him?
All the kids want to look just like me anyway.
Okay, anyway, we do need to give a big thank you to Razer. Do you see
там.
our lovely little Razer
Razer
Blade
до сих
laptops
пор они
here?
выступают,
And then
что
we're in the
эти
Razer
Take-Two,
Isker chair.
типа,
Oh,
что
sorry,
там?
you didn't get one.
Они почти ничего не
You
говорили,
did,
да?
and they're
Что за
amazing.
фигня?
The lumbar support is on point, y'all. Greg, you and I, we're tall
Never gonna do that on
folks, so it's
camera.
like you need that lumbar support. It makes you stand
and
up
that's the
straight.
thing is, if you're not a tall person, you don't understand how hard it is to be tall, and that's always embarrassing, right? Go, oh, right. Sorry about that.
Okay, be nice, gentlemen.
The pain I'm feeling right now. I don't have a laptop. Greg make fun of me. You know what? I quit. No, I'm kidding.
No, you know what was low-key the best thing? Yesterday, they were like, Golden Boy, can you put your chair up higher? Can you put your
Yeah, I couldn't.
chair up
I
higher?
couldn't
And
do
Greg
it.
and I were being so nice. We were not saying anything. We were just like, okay. Anyway, my
pain,
producer's
the
like, move it
pain.
along, Jackie. So we did this great segment earlier where we were talking
Просто
about
охота
90s
обсудить
games
вот
and
это вот
the
всё.
impact that they had on us. And I kind of went off the rails and started talking about Chrono Trigger and Illusion of Gaia at length. But you both didn't really get a chance to talk about the games that have had a huge effect on you. So I wanted to hear both of y'all just be like, hey, this game changed my life. So you're in the hot seat first because you're right next to
Yay!
me. Hi.
Yay! The easy answer for me would have been Halo.
Yeah.
I will just give a mention. It was the game that brought me and my brother together. We were always, bickering brothers, right?
course,
It's just how it is with siblings. But both of us sitting down playing that campaign,
Ну,
it
как-то,
was great.
ой,
But for
сюда можно,
myself
я думаю.
personally, one of the games that
Вот
had
так
a
вот.
profound impact on me was, funny enough, Final Fantasy VII. It was the first RPG
Теперь буду
that I had ever
приближать.
played,
В
and it
общем,
began this
что говоря
infatuation
про
with
коллекцион,
RPGs. And there was a
вот
point
все
in
вот
time,
эти
folks, for the
поставки.
PlayStation, I swear to God, just
Я
had
очень
nothing but
хочу
RPG
взять,
games.
но
I
да и
felt like
возьму,
every
наверное,
other
но
month there was
пока
like a
ничего
new
не
RPG
открылось.
coming out, but that
Значит
just
так,
started this
самое вот,
long-lasting love
вот это вот
for
самое
that genre.
такое
And then there was the
издание, ну-ка.
first game that I played that literally was just, it was it.
Вот это вот.
Was Batman on the NES.
Oh, what a game.
Super fun
Что-то
game.
вот-
That first level as a
вот это
child,
вот,
let me tell you, not easy. But yeah, those
Ну,
games
это
have always
прикольно,
been so
кстати,
big.
я
What
так
about you, Rick?
смотрю, все коллекционные
Man, I think if
видео
you go
вот
back to the
этого
youth,
будут,
there's
да.
so many things
Здесь
that
потому
put me
что
on
просто
this path
стилбук.
here, right? But I think for
Так,
impactful
вот
games,
это.
the first thing that comes to mind is more modern. I think of Gone Home.
Oh,
If you
wow,
haven't
yeah.
played Gone Home, of course, right? It's a walking
Ладно.
simulator, and when Gone Home hit, I was told
Вот
by
это
everyone on the internet to go play it and read
Ну,
nothing
это
about it,
limited
which means I will
edition,
now
даже с
spoil Gone
брелком
Home for you.
получается. Ну,
I
прикольно.
played that game like so many people did,
Вот это,
thinking
не
it was a
знаю,
horror game.
здесь, вот
And
это
then slowly
Ultimate
there's a side
Edition,
story
я не
building
знаю, мне
about,
вот
you know,
этот
your
стилбук
sister,
не
and she's
особо
missing, and what's
нравится.
going on with it, and you're reading the notes she's left.
Бонус за
And slowly
предзаказ,
over
Ultimate
time,
Edition,
it's like, oh my
всякое
god, like
такое.
she's falling in love. Oh my god, she's
Вот.
discovering she's gay.
Вот.
Oh my, and then it was like, wait a second.
Вот, мне вот
is
это
this game
очень
a horror
нравится.
game
То
at
есть
all, or is
здесь
it all about that
и DLC
relationship?
ты
And
не
it was all about
получишь,
that
как
relationship.
бы, да.
You know,
Но все равно вот
no
этот стилбук
video
мне
game,
побольше
no work of
нравится.
fiction, of course, can tell you exactly what it's
Теперь
like to
про
be
коллекцион.
LGBTQ.
Вот
But
про это
for
сейчас
me,
скажу.
as you know, a hetero
Вот
white
это
male,
вот.
where everything's great all the time, right? This was a window at least
Вообще
into
это
of what that
Ultimate Edition
discovery
от
is
24
like,
до
the pressure of
28
it
тысяч
and what you're
будет.
going through. And
Наверное,
it opened up a
24,
window of
письмо от
empathy that
разработчиков,
I've heard
рюкзак,
stories
стилбук,
before, but to kind of experience
фигурка
it, you know, in a video
сталкера,
game, right? Being in there and
контейнер,
reading these
лампа
intimate
с
thoughts on a level
артефактом,
that I
чего
don't get
только
in a
тут не
passing
будет.
conversation with
И
somebody.
все
It was so powerful
DLC
that when that
сразу и
game ended, I
вообще.
felt like I had a brand new
Ну вот это
empathy
вообще
for what,
прям, но,
you know,
смотрите, мне здесь
LGBT people have to
стилбук
go through,
вообще не
Yeah.
нравится.
Wow. Definitely got to check that game out now.
Yeah, no, for real. I'm
Поэтому
like, I'm
я
completely sold. I've heard great
планирую
things about it
взять
as well, but I'm like, okay, everybody,
вот
Greg Miller
этот
says
вот,
to play it, I'm
вот
playing
этот
it.
коллекцион, канал будет стоить 12
Okay,
тысяч, здесь
so
как бы
Golden Boy
фигурка,
and I were up in the
стилбук,
break room,
артбук и
and I was
все.
like, okay,
Блин, вот
I
все,
need you
постер.
to break down for me, like NFT,
Слушай, здесь даже
Bitcoin,
стилбук
the works.
красивый.
And he
Я
popped out
очень
this
бы
little
хотел
diagram. He
взять
wouldn't
вот
allow me to
эту.
bring it down here, folks. He's like,
Во-первых,
"What's
цена
He's like,
куда
"People are gonna make
дороже.
fun of my stick figures."
Во-вторых, здесь
there's
какой-то не
seventh
особо
grade
красивый
diorama
стилбук,
where,
но
like,
выглядит
yeah,
просто
yeah.
шикарно.
But
Плюс
what
надо
was
учитывать,
so
что у
sweet
меня
about
не
it was
так
Golden
много
Boy's like, you
денег,
can keep
и
it for you, Jackie.
что
This will just be for you. And I was like, oh, he
будут
drew a
еще
stick
явно
figure of me, and it was like
коллекционки.
tall and lanky. And then he's
Sure.
like, this is me. And he's like, see, it's got a little belly, and he's
I
like,
drew a
and
gut.
it's missing hair. And I was like, stop it,
Поэтому вот
stop
так.
it, Golden Boy. But actually, this kind of brings us to our discussion about mythical games. That's why we even started talking about it.
Yeah, first, I do want to give a
Питание
huge shout out to my boy
высказал.
Justin Kruger. I've known him for years, and he's over at Mythical, so I'm very
Ты
much
хотите
looking
что-нибудь
forward to
делать?
seeing what they're going to bring to the table. But yeah, Mythical Games is a very interesting company
Ну как-то
because
так всё.
what they're doing is they're making games on the blockchain. And I know everyone's like, well, you know,
Ну да,
sure,
насыщенные. Ну
NFTs,
куда лучше, чем в
blockchain,
Париже,
crypto,
допустим.
there's always these conversations
Yes.
around it. But what's really interesting about games is like, what if you were able to play something like, you know, a Hearthstone, and you had a particular card in Hearthstone. I think Dan used Ragnaros as an example, and you owned a version of that card. Like you own that card. It was like 1 of 100 or 1 of 200, whatever, right?
It'd be like Magic, right? It would be
yeah.
like what you're already doing.
What
when
you're already
really
doing right
moving
now.
cards. Yeah.
Exactly. And imagine you were able to do that. Now, this is obviously a fun game. You play with your friends, and it takes that same kind of concept of like ownership over what you have in your game, and then it just paints it with this fun-loving, you know, colorful flair.
Yeah.
So I'm really looking forward to it. Huge shout out to Mythical Games. I think they're pushing.
Официально летом в Hitman 3 появятся русские субтитры, а что до этого даже русских субтитров не было, вы серьезно? С ума сошли?
Right, it's the tip of the sword, right? I think
Indeed,
that's the thing.
indeed.
Yeah.
А я
Well,
его
fans
еще
of Blanco's
купить
Block
тогда
Party
хотел,
are going to
слава
be
богу,
happy
что
to
не
know that they
купил.
can now own and sell their own characters. So for more on Blanco and an inside look at how the developers plan to change the way we look at video game characters, here is Mythical Games.
Let's go.
Yay.
Чего сейчас будет?
Take one, ABC.
А ну! Потому что он сейчас что-то покажет, они что-то всякое рассказывают и все.
In your own words, what is Blanco's block party?
Oh man.
Blanco's block party is a lot of things.
The game or just a Blanco?
I'm looking at you. Perfect, awesome. So Blankos was originally what we thought a player-owned economy in a video game could be.
So it's a cool mixture of art, design, you know, music, entertainment.
This is like the evolution of modern art. Seeing how those artists use different mediums again, you know, it's not just about canvases.
50% of my work is digital, and there's been rarely an outlet for that digital aspect of things.
What the gaming industry has really become is a lot about microtransactions and getting as much money out of the player as possible. What we're doing at Mythical with NFTs and blockchain really changes that script.
By the end of this time next year, I'm going to have a whole row of Blankos. So.
Play, earn, collect, sell.
That's it. Sorry, I got lost. Can we start again?
I gotta say it again for him. I ain't felt this good in a minute. Own it. I ain't tryna rent it. It feel like it's third down. So I'ma split farm like Emmett Smith. Yeah, I'm going in, baby. Yeah, I'm tryna win, baby. Yeah, you know the biz, baby. Yeah, you know the biz, baby. The way we win, it ain't fair. But ask, do I care? Yeah, that's right. On the left side, on the right side. Put your hands way in the sky. On the right side, on the left side. Do what you can to do. Here we go. I'ma just do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. I'ma just live my life, live my life, live my life. I'ma do what I want. Yeah, that's right, yeah, that's right. I'ma just do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. Do my thing, do my thing. Do my thing, do my thing. I'ma just do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. Do my thing, do my thing.
I just had a quadruple espresso, is that a problem? Hi, my name is John Linden. I'm the CEO of Mythical. So working with Rudy and Jamie have really been a lot of fun because we really have kind of merged 3 different industries into one. So we have kind of obviously deep experience in gaming, but we also have teams from blockchain and we have teams in marketplace technology. And bringing these 3 worlds together, it's been a challenge at times, but also it's really helped us explore how to make this work. And I think that's been the intersection of those 3 industries together has really made Mythical special. I hope that players within Blankos can really kind of be what they want to be. You know, it's kind of a safe place that people can come. It's a great, strong community. And meanwhile, they have this economy behind the scenes that they can earn. They can really transact and be part of the world themselves. And that's really what they need to know. It really has become a great community, and we really encourage people to be part of that community.
When you're building a game at the moment, if you want to move from 10,000 users to 10 million users, what you really need to do is have really, really epic gameplay.
Blankos is a game that's all about what we imagine vinyl toys do when we're not watching. What happens when we go to sleep and these toys are left to their own devices, and an exploration of that whole fun world of creativity that these toys escape to. Every single Blanko has a story and have their own inspiration and their own flavor and their own style. And I think that players are going to find that they'll go, oh, I like this toy because it speaks to me.
You are playing, building, and collecting. But then outside of that, you are also upgrading and selling. You don't need to understand NFTs or blockchain at all to play Blankos Block Party. All you need to know is how to play a game, and we teach you that.
The Junction is an amazing place where the Blankos go to express their creativity. Players are going to have a role in helping to bring that world online.
It's just this city full of tons of different designs and colors and patterns. But the point is that you are meeting up with your friends, you're practicing your new skills out together, and then you're jumping into mini parties.
Yeah, okay.
Players can build their levels using our Blanko build tool. They can make whatever level they want. They can set the terrain, and then they could set the win conditions, and they could set the game type. So you can make this level into a shooter, or you can make this level into a race. There are things that we didn't even think was possible with our level editor that they have been able to do. I've seen levels that recreate a particular science fiction movie that I might not be able to say.
I wanted things that felt like beautiful pieces of art. We're just continually adding to this huge library of buildings and houses and vehicles and that kind of stuff. Things that you can throw together into to make your own block party.
In the open beta, we've seen over 20,000 block parties. Once they're done playing it, there's a rating system, 1 through 5. So you can really get that feedback from the players. There's over 70,000 NFTs that have already been purchased in our open beta, and we've been seeing just tons and tons of people jump in.
Now that NFTs are moving into the mainstream, the most important thing for games, for gaming studios that want to focus on NFTs is to really ensure that their gameplay, their player experience is on par or exceeds anything else in the mainstream market today.
We're putting the fun in non-fungible tokens. That's what we're doing. It's going to be really exciting to see the game, the community grow over the next few months. What we're building here with NFTs and blockchain really changes that script, because then it's players that can actually benefit and profit off of all the money they spend.
Part of my art exists in the fine art world, and in that world, I could create a painting and sell a painting, and then that painting goes off to a collector, and then I get paid once, right? And then I have no idea, no control over who gets the painting, no idea if 20 people sell it down the road for exponential amount of money. I never see a dime of that. I have no idea what to think. So one of the cool things about NFTs is that smart contract that's locked in, and you're able to just not only track who gets it, but share that profit forever.
While one will collect for love, the other side that you want to collect from is also from a perspective of capital appreciation. You know, when we look at the collector world today, vinyl toys are on a tear, right? Just the very fact that Blanco's Block Party created a platform where you could not only collect digital vinyl toys created by epic vinyl toy artists, but at the same time use those vinyl toys to battle other people in games. I truly believe that it's a magic formula for, you know, not only epic capital appreciation on the assets themselves, but also, you know, immense amount of enjoyment in playing the game.
Today's gamers are used to having a lot of control over customizing the experience that they have. We've seen that in the trend of games coming out over the last 10 years. Players spend a lot of time online, they spend a lot of time in digital space. That's where they want to express themselves, through skins, through cosmetics, through the things that they buy through games. I think that's where, you know, Blankos really shines and what we can bring to the table, but also where I think NFTs play a huge role, right? Like, because it gives you a chance to really own the world around you, the universe that you're customizing, you're creating. You've got a greater stake in this thing now. Rudy Koch, SVP Business Development. Am I just supposed to say that? Just my name? Title? All right. I'm a big-time collector. I collect vinyl toys. I have a whole wall of them at home. I'm a nerd. We're all nerds. We all collect.
I love collecting. I actually started my career in comic books.
I collect sneakers.
I loved Magic the Gathering. I had hundreds.
These concepts as collectors ourselves, like the box opening, you know, opening a box for your Blanco, or the serial numbers on each of the NFTs that you buy. These are concepts that live in the physical collector's world that we love so much, and we wanted to bring that and translate that into the digital world. And what's amazing is that with the players that we've seen so far and the people engaging with the economy, they are getting these concepts, and it's been a lot of fun to see that all unfold.
With real toys in real life, right? When the way to keep their value is you put them in the box, you put them on the shelf, you leave them there. But with Blankos, as you play with them, they get better. You can customize them. You can make them the way that you want them to be, but also increase their rarity and increase their scarcity by playing with them. Our leveling up process, it's called Grade Up. It draws from real toy and collectible culture. It's kind of a neat turn on everything that you would think about collectibles.
I'm looking to invest in and acquire assets from games that have the ability to move into the mainstream, games that have the ability to become AAA titles. There are mainly 3 that top my list. Again, Blanco's Block Party, Gods Unchained, as well as Axis Infinity. They've been able to integrate blockchain within their gaming mechanisms, really in the background, while rather than having it to be a requirement to be able to participate in the game and participate in the community.
Get yours, yeah, yeah, yeah. Get the money, get the money. Ooh la 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 la, throw it all on me, yeah.
A really key focus for my team has been making sure that our marketplace is very accessible for really all players in the game. This is going to continue to develop as we add more functionality around cryptocurrencies, being able to use your crypto wallet. But the core focus of our product is making sure that the mainstream audience is able to enjoy the game and have a super simple experience.
Historically, like if you're playing a game and you're trying to sell your items, the game developer doesn't support that, right? And Mythical Games takes the stance of we enable it and we facilitate it. Mythical's blockchain uses proof of authority for consensus, which basically is a much lower carbon footprint than proof of work. And we're planning to bridge to multiple chains. We're bridging to Ethereum, which is about to go to proof of stake, which is about 99.5% less energy. By using blockchain technology, you own your game assets, and then you can build another marketplace, you can build another interface, you can bring them into another game, different metaverses, and that's a new paradigm, and it's inevitable, and I think gamers are going to demand it. Traditionally, like when you're participating in a marketplace, you're relying on trust in the company to keep the database accurate. Where Mythical Games is using a blockchain where our smart contracts are publicly accessible. So you have confidence and trust that you're getting what you're buying and your true ownership and you have it forever. Because traditionally game companies can just say there are 1,000 of them, but who knows if there are 1,000, right? With Mythical Games, we have provable scarcity. And with provable scarcity, as an investor, or a collector, or a gamer, that's really what you want.
I've been drawing since I could hold a pen or a pencil. My granddad taught me how to do an engineer drawing when I was 4. You know, I've just fell in love with the idea of drawing and creating. It's just something that gives me a ton of joy. As I started to look around at art, it always really appealed to me, but I was always really appealed by graffiti art and the music that I listened to. To have a favorite, that's like asking me what my favorite child is. It's currently my daughter, by the way, if anyone was asking. So for me, it just evolved over time as I started to learn a bit more about street artists and see the evolution of street artists, see an artist go from kind of painting an illegal wall to having a gallery showing or something like that. Seeing how those artists use different mediums again, you know, it's not just about canvases, it's about sculpture. It's about taking these shapes and these 3D canvases and expressing their desires, their needs, whatever it is they're trying to say on a different canvas. We know where we sit now compared to 20 odd years ago when all these artists were still just street artists getting arrested for doing throw-ups on trains. And now, you know, a couple of $1 million at Sotheby's, I'm like, it's pretty cool.
Where should our hands be?
Just do this.
Oh, okay.
I'm super excited to talk to you guys about some of the artists that we're bringing into the game, some of the first collaborators, and I think it's appropriate to start with Michael Lau.
Michael Lau is a legend in the space. He's definitely known as the godfather of vinyl toys. He has this really awesome quote, which is, all art are toys and all toys are art. And I think like that is perfect for Blankos. And so I think we're really excited to see his style come alive in our realm.
點解想合作？咁其實一路以嚟都好想自己啲 character 可以喐啦，好似可以做一啲 animation 啊或者 game。咁今次真係有機會同一個咁配合到 figure 個 game 合作，所以係好開心。
Another artist and designer that we're super excited to talk about is Quix. And what I love about Quix is that one, he's a graffiti artist, but two, he's super hip hop culture. Love his designs, love the samurai.
You know, he has this really iconic, like Japanese mech warrior style. So, I think we are all just excited to see that come alive in the Blankos universe.
My artwork and the style of toys that I do now are pretty much rooted from the stuff that I've loved since I was a kid. I grew up in the 80s, so I was heavily influenced by a lot of Japanese robot shows. Texas history is like my Mickey Mouse. He represents Japanese robots, hip-hop, and graffiti, all rolled into one character.
This brand that we're going to reveal now is near and dear to my heart. I'm actually wearing some sneakers that represent them. I will let my friend Nicole here tee it up.
The Marathon Company From a culture perspective, they've worked with some incredible folks, obviously led by Nipsey Hussle, you know, and we certainly want to honor his memory.
Nip was someone before he passed who was already into technology. It's such an honor to be able to carry on his legacy in a sense and bring them into the world of Blankos.
From a culture
One Blanco can be so many different things. A Blanco can be a pattern, it can be a unicorn, it can be so many different characters. We work regularly with Kronk. His skill at being able to create characters make you commit to those characters, they're believable. And then we have JPK, we have industry legends like James Groman, Nikki Davis, Sarah McPherson,
Battleground Chamako, Junko Mizuno, Hakatal, and Thomas Han. We're not just picking from one person's perspective, which really helps to kind of broaden those cultural
I have just a house, floor to ceiling, vinyl toys. To find a game that did such a really great crossover between that kind of tangible good and I'm an avid vinyl toy collector, no doubt. Just by the end of this time next year, I'm going to have a whole vinyl toys. To find a game that did such a really great crossover between that kind of tangible good and have that element in the game, no doubt. By the end of this time next year, I'm going to have a whole row of Blankos. So. It's art in a 3D form. I think it's a really great online safe haven for, you know, street art where it keeps its integrity and it isn't bastardized. Whether it's on geometry or it's sculpted or it's just, you know, tags on walls and stuff like that. I like that. I just like exploring the space. And then you still see this coalescence of cohesion as opposed to a random vomit. Art exhibit games like Blankos, I think is a really great bridge between, you know, the traditional mediums of creating art, digital art, or, you know, street art or stuff like that, and then into the game engine. And that's cool because I mean, all the elements that are familiar to the deadmau5 fan were really well executed in these skins. Anything else, weenies? In the back.
So now that the video is coming to a close, download Blankos, blankos.com, bring your vinyl toys to life, build your own levels, buy all the designs from your favorite brands, artists, and designers, share it with all your friends so they download and play it together. And we look forward to seeing you within the world of Blankos.
But wait, we're partnering with the fashion industry's most coveted brands to bring you their style, Blanko style. And our first collab is a name you'll recognize. They're known worldwide for their signature plaids and heritage prints.
I'm incredibly excited to announce that Burberry will be partnering with Mythical Games to launch a limited edition Blanko in their game Blanko's Block Party. Pushing boundaries and discovering new ways to innovate with our communities have always been at the heart of what we do as a brand. Being a part of this creative and pioneering community with Mythical Games is an incredible synergy for us and a perfect evolution of our existing engagement with the gaming communities. This partnership presents Burberry's first exploration into the world of NFTs. This opens up a whole new platform of possibilities, and it empowers digital natives and gamers to own a piece of our brand and actively engage and participate with our house codes. We can't wait to embark on this pioneering journey with Mythical Games as we explore the future of digital ownership in gaming, whilst discovering new environments and a myriad of possibilities within this community.
All right, you got the last word. Make it count.
That's a good question. Here, let me give me 5 seconds here to think about it.
All right, guys, let's cut on the cameras.
Thank God. If you're ready to start building, playing, and earning, you can download and join Blanko's Block Party now in early access on PC.
Like, share, and subscribe.
Also, watch your favorite content creators on Twitch this week for a chance to get an exclusive new Blanko, only available through Twitch.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
On behalf of all of us at Mythical, thanks for joining.
I feel like you nailed it.
To E3 2021, and we'll get to our thoughts on Mythical Games here in a second, but first we wanted to remind everyone that they could win a $100 gift card from our partners at DoorDash just by tagging them in a tweet and follow him on Twitter. It's as simple as that. But Mythical Games, you know, I said before, it's a different kind of experience, right, Jackie? It's did you learn a little bit about the blockchain?
I mean, I learned so much, and honestly, the art was breathtaking.
Yeah.
They were talking about how this is the evolution of modern art. I think deadmau5 himself said this is a safe haven for street art, and I'm honestly just blown away by the entire concept. You know, you were taking me like 101. It was basically like NFT 101, Bitcoin 101, all of this stuff like kind of went over my head. But when you broke it down for me, I think it was just so intimidating to me before. Like, I was like, I don't even know how to get into this. But then once you broke it all down, I was like, I understand the concept and the proof of authority. Like, this is amazing for us to have that. And then to just bring in art and entertainment and design, like, I'm here for it. I love it. But you're going to have to school me some more. We're going to have to do some private lessons.
I got you covered. But the one 15-minute presentation wasn't enough.
Exactly. You didn't get to see his head. By the way, you need to make one of these, right? I saw your art earlier. It was phenomenal.
Stick figure art, amazing. Blankos, hit me up. Mythical, I'm all about it. But Greg, you know, at its core, though, let's not forget, Blankos Block Party is a game.
Right.
And it has one of those types of Roblox experiences to it, where, you know, it's a make your own adventure type of game. And those are really picking up. Like, I know a lot of people want to knock on it, but Roblox is like one of the biggest games of all time, of course, and huge on YouTube and stuff. So it's clear that like this is a great direction for something like this to go, where you can express your creativity.
Right, 100%. And I think that's what's interesting about it, is their presentation was so focused on how NFTs work, what they're doing, the designers and artists they're partnering up with. It makes sense in the way of, hey, we want you to understand the business side of it. But for me, I was more, can we see more of the game? Can we talk more about the games? And I was talking to you about it, and it's that idea of like, well, you could, but you can make whatever you want in it, right? And that's what stands out to me, you know, as a little Big Planet fan, even for Mod Nation Racers, but then more like
Mod Nation Racers,
right? Right now, like think about how Core is doing this, how Roblox is doing this. Get in and make your own games. The fact there's already been more than 20,000 block parties they're talking about there. They called it out. You can make shooters, you can make platformers. It's like it's early access right now. It's free to play on PC. It's one of those like, yeah, jump on in. It doesn't cost you anything. That you don't have to buy a guy right away or do anything like that.
Yeah, a very, very cool concept. I'm very excited to see where they go from here. 100%, Greg.
100%.
And also, anyone can hit you up on Twitter for private lessons, correct?
Yeah, totally.
Just make the YouTube video of it, Golden Boy. That's all you need to do.
I'm just trying to get out of frame, guys. Okay.
I'll get you out of here. What do you do when you get one of the hottest DJs on the planet collaborates with one of the sick indie titles we're talking about? Well, I caught up with deadmau5 and Jamie Jackson of Mythical Games to explain how they plan to keep the party going for Blankos and the crew.
He talked to deadmau5. What?
So how did this collaboration come about?
I think Inder forced it on us.
Yeah, Rudy forced it on me. We didn't want to work together again. We would.
No. It was all mandated. Orders from above, from our benevolent overlords.
So that's mostly true, but also, you know, we're in the video game world, we're in the NFT world. You know, Joel, you've done some cool stuff in it as well, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I've been playing around with that, but I you know, outside of like, you know, the woo and wah of selling JPEGs for tens of thousands of dollars, I really liked what you guys were doing with like kind of the integrating the tangible good with that same kind of video gamey thing. That was what really got me excited.
First time with Blankos anyway, where we kind of put somebody in the game and tried to create what their character was like. You know, it was pretty cool. It was cool to like figure out how we represented him as well.
What was the inspiration behind the deadmau5 cross Blankos character?
I mean, from my point of view, I knew like how Joel's cat Meowingtons is a big part of his life, and it felt like, you know, we wanted to represent the mouse head, because it's such an iconic part of who he is and what he does, but we kind of didn't want to just do a modification to the Blanco. We wanted to make it a bit bigger than that, so it's actually the first time we've got a full head attachment in the game. And then we were like, well, you know, it'd be cool if when that head comes off, it's not Joel underneath, and it's Meowingtons, and we kind of took a play on that, and I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was really cool that they didn't just schlep a mouse head on it and call it a day. I mean, they also integrated the cat, my cat, Meowington's, who I'm a big fan of, and just the fact that, you know, it's like the mouse head, but when they take the mouse head off, it's actually Meowington's, which is pretty cool because he's kind of all part of the Dead Mouse Joel ethos.
Yeah, I like with the Wii Rex, you're one of your early suits in it as well. I was a long-term fan.
Yeah, I stopped doing that. It was just too much effort. I like the first 2 or 3 shows, I did the suit thing, and I'm like, you know what? It's too much. It's too much. We're gonna strip it down a bit.
It's a cool throwback, though.
How do NFTs expand the reach of your brand?
It's a new technology and all that stuff too. So we're just going through the trials and tribulations of what is it? Because I think the general consensus right now, if you were to ask men on the street, oh, what's an NFT? Oh, isn't that like a $10,000 JPEG? You know, is kind of the answer you're going to get. But it's really a lot more than that. It's the underlying framework and technology that allows for, you know, the blockchain provenance, you know, that unique identifier that can be used from platform to platform to platform. So think of it as like what Steam's is to video games is, you know, is like the world's Steam, you know, like, so it's every time you log into Steam or something like that, they're gonna use Steamworks to, like, you know, grab achievements and stuff like that. It's all stored on that centralized system, but blockchain being the similar concept, but decentralized across all computers and stuff like that. And because the way that the infrastructure works with blockchain is that that's all very easily swappable. The metadata, not the actual assets, but that metadata that ties to the assets can be interchangeable between a multitude of systems. So now I think that people are just now starting to kind of take in that standard protocol of, you know, fetching and receiving wallet data and stuff like that, and tying assets to individuals through game platforms is a big win.
But then what are the benefits of NFTs for players?
So from a Blanco's point of view, it's about trust, really. If you boil it down, it's about trust and proof of ownership. You know, no gamer has truly owned any asset they've ever bought in a game before. You know, it's all just a license, right? And you kind of just trusting them. There's no way to prove it. Whereas with NFTs, you can kind of, it's proof. You can see it. It's open. You know, if we say there's this many, there's this many. If you own it, you own it. And with Blancos and our marketplace, that means you can also go and sell it as well. So really, it's just about trust and truly owning the assets that you pay money for.
When's the first Dead Mouse Blanco drop?
This summer.
This summer? Like this summer or next summer? This summer. Oh, nice.
Thanks for joining us, guys. Now, let's get back to the show.
One of the things I liked, obviously, in the Dead Mouse presentation here was him being very much like, why are you doing this with your brand? He's like, because nobody knows what it is. Like, it's groundbreaking, it's cutting edge, and like, I like the idea of embracing something that, is this going to work? Is it going to translate to video games? Who knows? The other thing I like that I didn't call it from the original presentation, because I didn't get the presentation about NFTs from Golden Boy, you know? So I didn't
you didn't get the special one-on-one.
But I really appreciate the idea that the original artist gets money on these. I didn't realize that.
Amazing.
So like, you make it, and I buy it from the marketplace, but then I sell it 20 times
you know,
over.
you heard what he said, right? Like, you know, he makes one of the artists said, I make a piece, and then that piece gets sold, and then that piece gets resold, and then resold and resold, and that artist doesn't see the value from it. And I think that's something that a lot of people, you know, can relate to. Like, content creators can relate to that. Content gets reused all the time, and they don't see anything from that. And this is like a way through the blockchain to be able to ensure that through these smart contracts you can do that. So it is beneficial for the creator, which, you know, without the creators we don't get a lot of these cool things, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Proof of authority in the blockchain.
Girl, there you go.
I'm proud of myself.
It doesn't work. I don't know what that is. If you don't, you know what? Get out of here. Well, I hope you folks at home like indie games, because we've got you covered. We are going to take a quick break, and then our Voices of E3 will discuss the indie gaming industry right before we reveal some of the hottest new indie titles releasing soon. So stay with us. If indie is the future is now. Ooh. That did not go as far as I thought.
My craziest E3 story is that I lost my wallet at the beginning of the day. I had this Pokeball wallet, and it dropped out of my bag, and I thought, well, that's it. My life is ruined. Well, I still gotta get all this footage in. So I still did E3, and then I got a call from Lost and Found, and they'd actually found my wallet, and I felt like that was the biggest W of my life, because I had an amazing E3. I got to go to the Cyberpunk Lounge, I got incredible footage, and I got my wallet back.
As a part of Play For All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play For All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week, with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play For All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of E3's official broadcast. See you then.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、迅速的资讯情报。篝火营地立足于中国，与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新鲜的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中文游戏玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebonfire.com 来加入游戏传播者的行列。
Фига себе, там аквариум прикольно сзади.
Hi, I'm Rico. I am a self-proclaimed Nintendo lifer. I want to work at Nintendo as long as they will keep me. I am head of indies, and I'm probably one of the handful of people who have worked in all 3 major regions, so Nintendo of Japan, Europe, and currently I work at Nintendo of America. I am super honored and excited to be here today. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mike Micah. I'm studio head for Other Ocean and Digital Eclipse. I've been making games for far too long, but my favorite games these days happen to be these really fun small games called indie games.
Hi, Michelle Branstetter, Director of Business Development for Freedom Games. I started in games long ago, PS1, Brew, even earlier than that. Love it, excited to be here. Thank you for having me, and excited to announce more games too.
Hi, I'm Edmund McMillan, creator of Super Meat Boy, Binding of Isaac, and a bunch of other games. I'm an indie game developer. You may know me from Indie Game the Movie. Well, maybe not, it's 10 years old, but I'm here. Hi, thanks for having me.
So in recent years, and particularly over this last year, we've seen more and more people playing games. Indie games have filled the void of social and activities in the day-to-day life just as much as AAA titles. Do you believe that this line between indie games and larger publisher games is becoming blurred in the eyes of gamers?
It's becoming more of a drastic thing. Like there are super indies, and then there's this like marketable indie, which is I think a more acceptable thing that a lot of publishers are picking up. But it's kind of surprising. The real breakout hits tend to be the ones that aren't even being looked at by a publisher, that are just being picked up by, going viral, essentially.
It's right to say that like indie seems to be the in thing right now. A lot of people are like, indie games, go here. It's like a category. Go to the indie games category. But I do like the idea of blurring the lines, because when I was a kid buying software or downloading software, whatever you were doing back then, I would not disassociate what Jeff Minter was doing from, say, an Activision game at the time. And right now, when I'm sitting there like going through a storefront, I'm not looking for like specific things. Things catch my eye, and I see all these smaller games. There's so many of them now. But like, I'm actually looking for something that appeals to me. It's like when I used to go to the music store and go to different sections in the store. I wasn't really looking for a specific artist. I was trying to find that artist that spoke to me and take a gamble on it. I love that part of this right now. I love that somebody can still in their garage with all the engines we have now and all the help that you can get online and create a vision and then put it out there for people to either come en masse and enjoy, or just come to take a look, and maybe you don't sell that many games, or maybe you don't like get that many downloads. But to me, that is what Edmund's saying is the quintessential indie in my mind.
I want to add to that, because at Nintendo we're definitely seeing that. I think there's such a ease to access. There's more accessibility to tools and technology now, and so a lot of the smaller developers are able to self-express and really create unique experiences that they want to do. And at Nintendo, we definitely discussed about, okay, how do we define indies? Like, what does that mean? And ultimately, we decided, let our partners decide if they identify as indies, and how do they want to represent indies. And we're just here to really support and amplify their message. And if you look at our Indie World showcases, it's really intentional, where we let the developers talk. They're like the superstars of our showcases. And they're the ones who are on camera, and they're the stars of the show, and they get to tell their stories with their own voices.
Do you feel that having the Nintendo Switch and the graphics style that's popular in the games, and just the wealth of indie titles that are available on the platform, is due to the platform itself, or to the audience that you have, or your connection with those developers?
Yeah, I think we want our content to reflect our audience, and our audience is all genders, all ages. They have all the different tastes in games, and they're from all over the world. And so at Nintendo, we always talk about diversity and innovation. Like, those two words come out all the time. And we have indie teams based in Europe and Japan and the US and elsewhere. And we all have an equal voice. It's truly global when we think about, okay, what do we want to showcase through our campaigns? And so we want to make sure that that our global teams have equal voices, and the content reflect our audience.
Absolutely. Michelle, I know that Freedom Games publishes many games from small developers. Do you see those developers, though you're publishing them, as indies, and do they identify as indies themselves?
Yeah, most of our developers really do identify as indie. And then I want to say the indie space has evolved a lot over the years. There's a lot of competition in that space now too. But yeah, we have our developers all over the world. They're in Europe, they're in Southeast Asia, a little bit all over the place, and they're very passionate about their games, and we find them kind of everywhere. They're not really, you can't find them in a specific place anymore. They're just the kid you met at the grocery store that has this amazing game you never heard about until now, or whichever. It's everywhere now. And like Eriko said, it's so easy to make games now. Great games. So there's a lot more competition. There's a lot more great games coming out, and it's interesting to see where the space will continue to go over the years. But yeah, we are focusing on that. We have a robust catalog coming out over the next year and a half and going forward as well.
Awesome. Well, I certainly look forward to that. Edmund, I know that many people consider Binding of Isaac to be a genre-defining success. Do you see indies in their role to explore new mechanics and storytelling approaches as, something that truly defines indies and their freedoms?
For me, the thing that really defines indies is the ability to take complete, financial risk when it comes to themes and topics and gameplay and everything. Like, doing something that wouldn't actually a large company wouldn't be able to do because they couldn't invest multi-millions of dollars in a project that wasn't comparable to something that exists. And that's the way all big business works. It's stupid to take a risk with that much money. So it makes perfect sense. It's like, no, it's just the way it works. But if you're a small team of a handful of people and your budget's basically your rent, you can do whatever you'd like to do. And you could make a new genre, like Among Us. You know, it's like you can take big risks and you can do what you want. And that's the beauty of complete independence. You know, you can try to avoid the urge to appeal to a majority.
Ed Catmull speaks of the concept of the ugly baby and the hungry beast, and the hungry beast being a large company that needs to keep churning and making money in order to, you know, employ all of the people that it has working at it. Whereas the ugly baby is a brand new idea that's strange and unpolished, and it needs to be protected to see if it can grow into a beautiful swan or a beautiful indie game. Do you feel like indie studios are particularly good at taking care of ugly babies? And do you have any advice for someone who might have this idea of their own and how to initially vet that idea to see if it's worth bringing into production?
I think one thing that indie games do really well, again, you know, we let our partners identify, but they put their heart and soul into it, right? They have a vision, they have a story they want to tell. They don't really care. It's about what they want to create. They have a vision, and that's what, you know, creates a magic. And for Nintendo, as long as that puts a smile on someone's face, for us, we're really excited about that. For me, recently, it was a short hike. I am a mom of two, and I'm super busy all the time and exhausted at the end of the day. And so when I get to put that on and relax and, you know, fly around the island, it's cute, adorable characters. And I even shed a tear. I won't spoil it for people, but, you know, that's a great indie game for me. And so I think that's the magic of indie games.
Michelle, how does Freedom Games evaluate these initially unproven mechanics and ideas?
The developers are extremely passionate about the game. That kind of weighs a lot into it as well.
Ну почему нет?
I came from an indie background
Назеры
too.
были
If you
бы
didn't
мудаками полными, если бы они не сказали, что все завершено. Так что нет, что-то явно будет. Но на E3 вряд ли покажут. Если последний день завтра, если там уже ничего не покажут, значит, ну не знаю когда, но все равно ждать очень долго еще. И это самое фиговое, уже почти год. Так до ноября дойдет, мы ничего не увидим, уже будет год без DLC. Что это за херня?
Really good, talented game developers that I meet is that their motivation isn't driven by money. It's driven by a singular vision that they really have had for a long time usually. They just want to make it happen. And it gets so infectious when you hear it that you suddenly get caught up in it and you want to make it happen. And the reality is, no, if people could really hear it all the time, if people could really predict what a hit's going to be, we'd have a lot more hits. We don't. Like, that's just stupid. There's always people in the room that you're not in. You're never at the table. They're saying, well, you know, this isn't going to do X because they're doing some math on it. They're over, under, or whatever they call it, and all these different methods they use. But they're rarely ever right. But the person who has that singular vision for so long, who's thought about it forever, like, how can you pit those people against somebody who's been thinking about this their whole life and just wanting to do it? You really can't.
Absolutely. I think storytelling itself is something that indie games can do very well, and particularly when it comes to telling unique stories. Are there any indie game titles that you have all played that you found to be particularly inspiring or emotion-invoking in general?
I'm a huge fan of games that present their themes through gameplay.
Yeah.
Whatever the story, I want to be part of it. I don't want to feel like I'm watching a movie that I'm hitting pause and then I'm doing something else and then coming back and hitting play. I want to feel like it's a dynamic, living world that someone has presented to me, and what I do has some say in what this story is. Or
it's a visceral experience.
They're painting a world with bits and pieces, and you get to fill in the blanks. I think that's more complementary to video games because you're already in that puzzle solving creative mindset. So it lets people be more immersed in than simply just telling somebody a story.
Enrico, do you think that there are more social games that are being developed in the indie space with the lack of social activity in person for the last year, and also the success of games like Among Us?
There's just so many people who love different games. So Among Us has been explosively successful on our platform, and Nintendo was super excited to have it on our platform. Our audience loved it. But look at Hades, for example, which is also on Nintendo Switch. It won Game of the Year recently at DICE. And so I think there's just all sorts of games. A funny story is Human Fall Flat. That's another puzzle game published by Curve Digital, and that's been massively popular in Japan. And elementary school kids who probably don't have the concept of indies, they just loved it. They thought it was super fun, and it's been really popular in Japan. So I think there's just all sorts of games that are fun and out there.
Do any of you have other thoughts about the future of indie games, or what we can expect from the genre or art form moving forward?
The thing I love most about, I guess, how we're referring to indie games here is I love the not knowing what's coming, because ultimately it's anticipating that I'm not capable of anticipating what's going to be the next thing coming out. Like, I love finding something I never thought I would like, or I've never thought would be a game or even fun. Like when Job Simulator, for instance, came out, I'm like, who wants to, that goes against Ron Gilbert's thing about like getting off a job and then going home and relaxing. I loved it. Or, like all these sorts of things, or like even some weird things that would come out of mobile and all this stuff. Like, I would just never anticipate that stuff and things like that. And it's I guess what I look forward to is the things I cannot anticipate.
Well, this has been a wonderful conversation. It's so great to hear the different perspectives about indie games and indie studios, as well as hear your thoughts on what's coming up next and what to look out for. It's been a true pleasure.
Thank you very much.
iHeartRadio is a proud partner of E3 2021 and the #1 podcast publisher in the U.S. Listen to all your favorite shows on the iHeartRadio app. And, of course, Golden Boy, just like us. Use the razor stuff. Use the razor blade.
Use the razor stuff.
Use the razor chair. Have a good time. You know what I mean?
I have actually been wanting a razor blade for a very long time. When I used to work at Twitch.
Put it in your bag.
Yes, I should. When I used to work at Twitch, you had an option. You can either get a razor for like Windows users or a Mac.
Yeah.
And I don't mess with Macs at all because I'm terrible. My brain just doesn't work that way for some reason. So I went with the original razor blade.
Yeah.
That was so fun to carry around the office. Just a sleek black thing.
Sure, play games whenever you want, too.
Yeah,
right?
it was amazing.
That's pretty big.
I used to just, at that time, I was playing a lot of controller games. So I would just plug it in and just go nuts. It was a good time. So yeah, it sounded like a shameless plug, but I swear to God, it was the truth.
Well, speaking of a shameless plug, the Razor Blade is a great place to play indie games. And what an indie presentation we just had. Of course, it's not over. We have the indie panel coming up. But there was something said in that panel here. Janet Garcia, of course, from MinMax and Kinda Funny, put up this tweet. That's the beauty of independence. You can try to avoid the urge to appeal to a majority. That was Ed McMillan on that panel right there.
So good.
I think that is the power of indie games, and especially as we're here at E3 talking about the biggest of big AAA games, but also spotlighting so many small indies is, you can take more chances as a small studio.
It's vital to highlight the independent games business as a whole because there's so much diversity there. And just in the games that they're delivering, top to bottom, you can ram off like a few names like off the top of your head, but for me, one independent game that I discovered that I fell in love with was Moonlighter.
Oh my God, yes.
Love that game so much. And I found it out on a whim because I was playing another independent game. I think it's Momodora, I believe was on the Switch. Great game. And I was like, man, I'm looking for something else. And, I finished that one and I found Moonlighter. And oh my goodness, it just stole me. It captured my heart. Loved that game. And I wouldn't have found that, if someone just, take that to a AAA studio or something like that.
Totally, and that's the thing right now is there are so many indies, it's impossible to keep up with all of them, right? And that's, Moonlighter was the exact same thing. My job, of course, every day is to talk about video games, review video games, preview video games, and I didn't know about Moonlighter until somebody on our subreddit was like, this is a great game, you need to play it.
100%.
And that's why I think it's so powerful that E3 keeps doing indie showcases, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get back to game reviews.
Yeah.
We know why we're here, we know why you're there. So, without further delay, here are some of the hottest indie titles set to come your way soon.
Been a long time, Michael. I heard you were back in town. But I don't remember sending you an invitation. I'd kill you myself. But where's the fun in that? No, Michael. I'm gonna roll out the red carpet for you.
А вот у нас Мафия 4 как бы. Вот все ждали, вот получилось.
I'll be watching you, Michael. Good luck, old friend.
Captain, I got the intel.
Good. Now take it to the uplink.
Ahí está vaina.
The base road target is marked.
Oh, thanks. Ciao. So, remind me, what's the deal with this intel?
I guess I'll kill you now. The drone is down. The drone is mine.
Armor activate.
You are safe with me.
Action established.
Execute protection mode.
All right, I'll download the data. Now, you know what to do.
Turn it up. Soldiers, we need you here.
Keep your wig on tight. I'm all over it.
So, what we're gonna do with the intel?
We need it for the job. You know, the heist, larceny.
Larceny? More like...
most ingenious plan to end this war too sweet and straight away. So I asked to see the general, but the sergeant told me no. He said in the trenches where you're meant to stay. I said, dear sergeant, I see that I made you upset, but let me tell you my plan to save the day. Oh, let's try being a little nicer. Let us all agree to disagree. Why don't we send some flowers to the Kaiser, and then we'll all be home in time for tea. Oh, let's try being a little sweeter. You catch more flies with honey, don't you see? If the brass would change their tone, then we could all go home. But the generals never listened. The generals never listened. The generals never listened to me.
That was tough. Hamilton, some beast is looking at us. Whoa, would you look at that? Mars is one heck of a planet, so green and beautiful.
Let's just be careful, sir.
Game developers are creative, passionate, and driven. We tackle new technologies and overcome many challenges in the pursuit of our creative vision. At the IGDA, it is our mission to support and empower all game developers around the world. We provide community, mentorship, research, knowledge, and best practices. We're here for you when you need it, so you can advance your career while keeping your health. Join us and help make our industry a better place for all of us, now and in the future. Help make a difference and join the IGDA.
Еще не даете? Смотрите, какой.
What are you really made of? That music got me hyped, huh? I was like, okay, I'm here for it. Anyway, we just looked at the indie game presentation, and I wrote down a bunch of titles there. Extra Galactica is the one that we just saw, and I was telling y'all earlier my friend was a part of that project, so very cool there. But that was just one of many games that had a very retro feel. Fallen Aces was another one that I wrote down on my list. So yeah, I just feel like I'm getting all these retro vibes this year. Damon, I'm sure you're loving it.
Yeah, for sure. And I liked Extra Galactica. First of all, I love the pixel art style, so that appeals to me. And it looks like the gameplay is a mix of shooter and 2D action platformer. I don't know, do you have any more information about what that game actually is?
To be honest, he sent me like a 2-page email, so I'll make sure to pass it along to you, Damon, for sure. But honestly, he sent it to me this morning. He's like, dude, this is gonna be in the show. And I was like, what? Like, that was one that I wrote down earlier that I liked, because I got to get a sneak peek at the presentation, don't tell anybody. But yeah, and I was like, oh my gosh, I love that game. And yeah, that totally vibed, it was amazing. But Fallen Ace is another one that I put down there, very Doom inspired. And we saw something from the same studio or creator yesterday, am I wrong?
We saw Dave Oshry from New Blood during the PC Gaming Show before he was unceremoniously cut off by Gabe Newell talking about Steam Next Fest. But they have a bunch of cool stuff coming out. I also love all the URLs they have for each of their games, very tongue-in-cheek. This one was literally Doom Noir. It does feel like a throwback to the FPS of yesteryear, but with that stylized sort of 1920s gangster flair. It looks like a lot of fun.
Oh my goodness, I love the narration, right? I was just like, that villain, that voice is just haunting me.
I'm sure it really spoke to you, Michael.
Yeah. The whole trailer was like, yo, Michael, I know you. I'm watching you. I'm like, oh, you're watching me? Oh, I appreciate that, because I'm on the E3 stage. You know the vibe.
Oh, man. And Michael, I want to talk to you about Fallen Frontier Alliance of Salt Sons?
Sacred Sons.
Sacred Sons. I can't read my own handwriting here, guys. And then Terra Invicta. And you and Dan were kind of having some crosstalk about how these indie games, they're keeping dead genres alive.
Like genres that have been of yesteryear, especially for that aren't really popular. You can't really get a AAA RTS anymore. You can't really get, I mean, other than we have Humankind and we have Civilization, but if you want a different 4X strategy game, that's what Alliance of the Sacred Sons is kind of covering. And Terra Invicta, a grand strategy game. Of course, we have Total War, but maybe you want a little bit of variety. So the thing about independent games that I really like is that you can revitalize those genres of the past. And you can be experimental. And I think this is a theme also when you look at a lot of the independent games, is that they have.
Блин, я ведь так и знал, что ничего Take-Two не покажет, они просто будут болтать. Ну чё я раньше времени подрубил? Надо было сразу Capcom все завтра, я такой не совершу. Я Nintendo пропускаю. Ну, может быть, не совсем на минут 10-20, если успею, там попадет как-то, ну а так должно. Короче, сразу Capcom. Ну, потому что, ну, сейчас реально... Ой, какой сразу Capcom. Сейчас бы лучше. Вот сегодня бы лучше сразу на Capcom, а то это Take-Two ничего. Я думал, покажут что-то. Они ж ни хера не показывают. Ну, это бред какой-то. Чё их смотреть, офигенная E3 у них, где вместо игр просто люди друг с другом болтают. Всё, завтра Nintendo я, ну, не пропускаю. Может, что-то и попадется, но сразу Bandai Namco. Может, еще, конечно, завтра что-то анонсируют, но меня это уже не волнует. Хотя, как обычно, вот сегодня так, а завтра будет по-другому. Все очень странно. Все против меня идет. Ну да ладно. Ну, блин, вот это, конечно, не очень круто. Это все еще идет с середины E3. Вчера было куда лучше даже.
An utter disgrace.
Oh, no.
Beat me to it.
If y'all could hear the puns coming from Dan, we really should be writing them down. We did have the pull up earlier, though, and I wasn't able to reference it right away because I just love hearing y'all talk about this stuff. But I do think that Nico Ghost Jump was #1. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was there you go. And then also I know there was Life Slide and a bunch of other incredibly cute ones that I was just like, oh my gosh, indie games, just so much fun. But okay, favorites. Should we go down the line here? Damon, what you picking? I see the wheels turning.
I mean, they were coming fast and furiously.
Yeah.
I know people like Fallen Aces. I got to give a shout out to Toy Soldiers HD. I reviewed the original Toy Soldiers for IGN way back in the day, and that's like a.
Ну, в общем, все, здесь уже точно вряд ли что-то не будет, поэтому просто ждем Capcom, все. Но это уже, ну, не серьезно, как-то E3, алё.
I already mentioned Neko Ghost Jump, but I do want to shout out Tunguska, I forgot the name.
Tunguska,
Wow.
Yes.
Wow, I really messed that one up. But yeah, the top-down shooter, that looks interesting. I'm very interested in that.
Larcenauts, let's go. Let's compete in VR. I'm down for it.
Oh my gosh, I love it. I think I'd pick Tunguska as well, but Nico is very close behind, runner-up. Well, so many great indie titles. Let's see what GB and Greg thought of the indie games that we saw today. Hi, guys. I know y'all love the Nico game. I don't even need to ask, right?
Of course we did, Jackie, but it didn't make my top 3. Golden boy, what do you have over there? What stood out to you from that indie presentation? 2021.
A lot. So I'm actually newly appointed member of the VR community.
Oh, welcome.
You know, so yeah, so Larcenauts was awesome. I liked it a lot. Big shout out to my boy BMF, who covers a lot of the VR stuff as well as Thrill Seeker. Big fan of those guys, and I always love checking out their content. Keeps me up to date on all things VR.
Of course.
Then the other one, Fallen Aces, man.
Yeah, Fallen Aces made my list for sure. That was a dope
Literally
trailer.
saw that and I was like, oh, I'm 100% playing this on stream. Like, this is happening because it looks so dang good. And then I would probably go with Tunguska. Another shooter, but for some reason the style was really appealing to me. Like, the style of shooting was really appealing to me.
Sure.
So I'm all about that. Looked really good.
Okay, great. Yeah, on my list, I put Fallen Aces for sure. Stylized first-person shooter, love it. That Doom LA Noire mashup, why not? Let's get out there and do it. And yeah, New Blood, of course, always being cheeky, as they said, doomnoir.com.
It's like they really, I do feel like they like never do wrong. Like, the New Blood's great. They're a great studio.
They know what they're doing, right?
Exactly.
They're in that vein of Devolver, where they have a personality and their games do too, and you know what that means when you see that, I think, splash across it.
Exactly.
The other one I want to give a shot was Bark. It was that kid shmup that went by or whatever.
Yeah.
One of my friends in the industry is working on it. He had emailed me to give me a heads up that, hey, it's at E3. You should check it out in the virtual booth if you have time. And basically, he pitched it as a shmup for dads. Like, it's couch co-op. Get in there with your kid. You're piloting. You know, it was a little dog that caught my eye, but you can be a little cat.
Okay.
It's this colorful game that you go through and you're shooting things, but you're not shooting things.
Yeah.
Right? You're able to explore that way. And then, for me, to echo what people said over there, Extra Galactica, right?
Stylized. I mean, you do anything that's in a cyberpunk style world, and I'm literally there. I'm all about it. Great visuals. I feel like that is, again, you know, and everyone's going to look at me like, oh, there's a lot of like pixel art game stuff, but you think about what people have been able to create in these universes, in this style of artwork. It is gorgeous. And, you know, because Fallen Ace is also bringing back the stylized cel-shaded approach, which was something that I fell in love with when I first feast my eyes on Jet Grind Radio. So there is really a lot of quality here, and this was awesome. Some great games I'm really looking forward to trying.
Me too, ladies and gentlemen. What were your favorites? Let us know. Hashtag E3 2021 so you can get up on the big screen. But when E3 2021 returns, we'll have the latest from Freedom Games, Capcom, and more. Take a breath and hold on. We'll be back after this.
IGN Summer of Gaming has officially partnered with the ESA for E3 2021. IGN Summer of Gaming is now all summer long. From major press conferences and announcements at E3 2021 to the IGN Expo with exclusive gameplay and reveals to exciting first looks at the hottest new games and in-depth developer interviews, IGN Summer of Gaming has it all. IGN Summer of Gaming begins right now.
More power.
There's definitely some kind of vibe that has built up over the years that, like, it's okay to be mean in a game. And I think that's got to change.
We've all had bad days. We all get rolled because it's the same like 12-year-old cranking 90s on us in the Fortnite lobby, and we can't build as quick, and he just builds a Taj Mahal and then just drops down on you and you're angry. I get it, but
I don't think we should all be okay with just accepting like, oh, this is how people talk on this video game. Like, that is not okay.
There's a difference between conflict and dialogue. When you're having a conversation, you don't have to agree. When it's becoming something that's toxic, right, there's no respect.
It's a social contract you enter into as a human when you walk out your front door. That is that you will act with decency. And it follows that this would also be imposed online.
And it's easier to just say, oh, mute your mic or don't say anything, but no, do better.
We just shouldn't foster an environment where saying something bad is okay. It should never be okay. It should never be on the receiver to grow thicker skin.
Having other people in the community that have gone through that and that you can connect with is probably the most therapeutic, helpful part.
Find those people that you connect with and have that support group.
I think just pushing a positive environment is a good place to start.
If you see something, say something. I think it starts with all of us standing up.
I don't know, it just feels like the right thing to do, to speak loudly about things that really matter.
And I think over the years, the space has become a lot more welcoming, a lot more open.
There's such an overwhelming presence of like positivity and acceptance and diversity, and
great strides are being made, but I also think that like more can be done from us as the people that like to play them to make sure that that happens.
Keep playing because you love the game, and no one should be able to take you from what you love. What's up everyone, I'm Stella Chung, and in today's fix, Starfield makes a splash at the Xbox and Bethesda showcase, Halo Infinite gets a release window, and we finally know when you can go on ball runs again in Diablo 2 Resurrected. This is your daily fix. Microsoft came out swinging with a look at Bethesda's first new property in over 20 years, Starfield. The in-engine trailer begins on an alien planet aboard a vessel called the Constellation. The narrator talks about venturing into a field of stars, and we get a look inside the interior of the Constellation, which looks reminiscent of the space-age ships from the 60s. Beyond the cinematic trailer, we still don't know much about the gameplay itself. On stage, Todd Howard said that Starfield is about hope and shared humanity. Bethesda also confirmed separately that Starfield will be the first game created on its updated Creation Engine 2, which means improvement to graphical fidelity, among other things. A tweet shared by Bethesda Game Studios themselves stated, "We've spent years developing it to power the next generation of immersion and exploration." And yes, you'll be able to play it on Xbox consoles and PC when it lands on November 11th, 2022. That's not all Team Green had in store for fans, with a deeper look at Halo Infinite and its free-to-play multiplayer. Our first taste of Infinite's multiplayer came in the form of a fast-paced montage of match moments across a variety of maps. Cosmetic upgrades from Halo games past are making a return, as well as our favorite narrator. The free-to-play multiplayer suite will be crossplay and cross-progression. The experience will reportedly be optimized for every device: PC, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, and S. We also got a glimpse at the campaign with Master Chief using his grappling hook to pull himself through some zero-gravity wreckage. There seems to be a new AI construct working with the Master Chief, but judging by its dialogue, Cortana may still play a pivotal role in the story. Halo Infinite will be launching on Game Pass at release, but we just don't know when that release date is specifically, although they did say it was due this holiday after having been originally delayed out of fall 2020. With the remaster of Diablo 2 announced at BlizzConline earlier this year, fans have been wondering just when they can take on the forces of hell again, and we finally have an answer. Diablo 2 Resurrected is hitting consoles and PC on September 23rd. This HD remaster of the classic ARPG will be available on PC via Blizzard's Battle.net, and Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, PS4, PS5, and Nintendo Switch. It will include both the Diablo 2 base game and Lord of Destruction expansion. This follows a playable alpha in April, which looked pretty impressive. Despite a few changes, Blizzard is trying to stay true to Diablo 2's roots. If that isn't enough fire and brimstone for you, the remaster will be available standalone or as a part of a bundle, the Diablo Prime Evil Collection. This comprehensive collection contains the Diablo 3 Eternal Collection, which includes Diablo 3, the Reaper of Souls expansion, the Rise of the Necromancer content pack, and a few cosmetic goodies. Pre-orders are available now, and don't forget to pick up Word's leg so you can open that portal to the Chaos secret level. With E3 now in full swing, are there some games you're still looking for? Did Microsoft blow your mind? Let us know. I'm Stella Chung, and that was your Daily Fix. Now that you're all caught up on the news, be sure to check out the rest of our E3 coverage on YouTube, across social media, and even on your smart TV. Download the IGN app on all of your mobile devices, subscribe to the Daily Fix on Snapchat, and for all things, everything else, IGN.com.
Welcome back, folks. Freedom Games is our next developer coming up. And you know, when you have games that are like called Cat Cafe Manager or Dog Shelter, I think we can assume that things are going to be pretty fun. So, folks, here's Freedom Games.
I decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm gonna give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping into the deep end.
I realized that making games is like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project.
We just want to make a fun game.
You have an idea of what the vision of it looks like, but then it actually coming out the other side looking like that, it's pretty rare. I co-founded the studio with two of my friends. We had all worked at a company that did not end up turning out like any of us had hoped. So coming out of that experience, the three of us, we wanted to do something that felt a little bit more authentic to who we were and what we liked. Going into it, we knew that we had complementary skill sets. Having the kind of the core pillars of game design already there and having experience, we were able to cover a lot of bases. This is really the first time we've been able to pour so much of ourselves into the development of a game. I think I'm most proud of us being able to look at this game and know that we're hitting our own quality bar, especially for our first game.
You think you know everything, and then at some point you go, oh wait, we didn't know how to do that part. Well, I guess we got to figure it out. The four of us who started the studio worked in AAA. I left to go start making indie games. So we took that opportunity to kind of use our old friend group and our old expertise to start up the Wandering Band. And it was the first time that all of us felt complete creative control. That was fun. It was a challenge. It was also scary at the beginning. On a AAA team, you have technical artists and a dozen animators. I think the biggest challenge for us was trying to learn new skills and new parts of the game development process without ever doing it before. But I wouldn't trade it away. I think it's the creativity and the creative freedom is totally worth it.
The retro games. These were our favorites. And we tried to combine a lot of different elements from different games and give it a unique touch. A shout out to our community. They helped us translate the demo. They helped us get out the word. The demo has been played over 1 million times. It's just great to get a community like that. They helped us make Corman what it is.
I had lived in Kyoto for a while where I'd gone to a cat cafe and it was such a surreal experience for me at the time. So we sat down and we prototyped Cat Cafe Manager. When you're petting a cat, I don't know what it is, like endorphins that are being released, like the good feeling that you get from that, we kind of wanted to put in the game. We live in a time that's like pretty stressful and out of control in a lot of ways. So for us, it's very important that you sort of get a cozy feeling when you get introduced to the game. Just making the cat cafe of your dreams.
I'm from a really rural town. So is Tanner, the other lead developer on the game. We've been together since middle school, like I said. Yeah. There's no companies, right? There's no video game companies in Little Rock or the state of Arkansas. So we decided to just be the first. To the Rescue is where you play as somebody working in a dog shelter and taking on all the responsibilities that entails. People love dogs so much, but this is also about raising awareness, right? It's both of those things. There's diseases that can appear in the shelter. It's dirty, and adopters only want the cutest puppies, and they don't want the old dogs. Essentially, I just want people to walk away with more knowledge about the things we're representing. We've gotten a lot of people that work in real shelters that are like, I'm glad.
Так, короче. У меня тут все включено, погнали в Fallout Shelter. Потому что... Ну, короче, долго еще. А Fallout Shelter у нас... Он, может, сдох там уже, этот, который ушел-то. Ну ничего, воскресим, обратно отправим. Че уж там. Ну, я вот слежу, если вдруг что-то начнется, то тогда я сразу... Так, а чё она качает-то? Выносливость? Блин, да я даже не слышал, что он появляется. Ну-ка, сдох. Так мало всего добыл, серьезно, оживить, иди дальше. А, не, уж лучше отозвать. Он сейчас фигню всякую наделает там. Так, можно, в принципе, на задание пойти. Так, собрать тему, превратить это нафиг. Вот это нормально. Ржавый пистолет. У кого нет оружия? Интересно. У меня у всех мощное оружие. Причем разнообразно. Так как я хочу, допустим, чтобы здесь у чувака меч был. Как из Final Fantasy почти. Так. Так, что это у нас? За этим я бы сгонял. А чё, я никого не могу? Уровень 50. У меня никого нет 50 уровня. Вы серьезно? Один навай. Так. Типа здесь только сражаться все-таки, да? Ну да, я смотрю, это не все с первого раза проходят. Вот с этим вы не офигели? Чё так много? Ну надо куда-то идти, все равно. Я слышал, что этот появился. Только с животными тогда отправим. Это, конечно, зря. Я не видел даже, откуда они все выбежали. Том 5 настраивать всех. Цена, конечно, сундуки фала. Ну да. Вы а чё вы такие эти-то пошли? А я вам не... Я им даже не положил хилку, ну серьезно. Какой бред, я не могу. Скорпион, все. Ну что я наделал? Я забыл. Мне кажется, сейчас вот тому смотрю. Да нет. Почему вот это-то пометилось? Ой. Гой, ну все. Здесь возможно кого-то потеряли. Я надеюсь, после восстановлю. Ой. Почему я не дал им хилку? Надеюсь, после возражу. Ну блин, ну я что-то не увидел даже. Там можно было, да. 5 скорпион. О, всё. Ну да, все, минус. Он один не вывезет. Все, он один. Да я не увидел просто, ну знаешь. Тут же можно будет начать задание заново. Но только опять без хила. Ну какой смысл? Так, ничего не вышло. Ой, ничего не это все. Пусть я закрою. Не, ну а чё? Я ничего не сохранил. Нет! Придется, видимо, заново начинать. Сидят, я грустный. Ну стреляй, что ты сидишь? Тебя уже 3-й раз ударят сейчас. Стоит, что-то смотрит. Никого. И все скорпионы исчезли, вы охерели, нет? Ля, падла. Он тут не вывезет, все. Помощь. Давайте идите сюда. Теперь идите отсюда. Я возродил всему. Блин, 3 потратил. Ну, блин, и как я так вступил-то? Это звать. Ладно уж. Что за распродажа? Давай, херень. А, чувак, не подведи, смотрите, это точно не весело. Не подведи. Ну. Это тоже, смотрю, весело. Ну, чуть поменьше, конечно, но все. Тут, ну хотя бы так. Нормально все тогда. Эти уж еды меньше. Какое-то. Так, у тебя оружие есть в случае чего, да? Так вообще 24. Серьезно, ну там было больше как бы. Да, я же взял. Иди помогай сразу. Ну вот иногда такой бред просто происходит. 24%. Там 36%. Это кто такой там баба с этим? С усами, с бородой. Что это нафиг? Ну что, еще раз? Да идите вы нахер! Не помогай. Что-то она какая-то не знает. Да чё ты его пережил? А у кого-то большой интеллект есть? У тебя большой интеллект? Нет, вообще не умный. Так, интеллект. У тебя большой интеллект? Фига. А, ну ты в медпункте работаешь, да? Интеллект? Нормально, но нет, не все. У тебя большой интеллект. Плевать, пойдешь работать сюда, меня это не волнует, собственно. И тебя должно это волновать. Ну-ка, сейчас здоровья мало. Клиника. А ты... Это что такое? А лазарет, это что улучшенное такое? Лазарет — это улучшенная лаборатория, да? Ну ладно. Уж прокачивать интеллект. Ишь ты, силу прокачивать там. Мне стало хотя бы повеселее. Ну, кстати, все на 71 уже рады, это уже хорошо. Вот она как. О, нормально веселеет. Я вообще нравится тут работать. Вот он какой-то груз. Ну, вот на, ты сожрешь. Я не понимаю, ты чё груз? Удачи, куда тебя отправить-то? У меня нет всяких казино-клубов. Так. Чё себя отключаю, я не понял. А чё всегда? Она на стриме никогда либо не запускается, либо куда-то в сторону вообще. Да вот почему? Спасибо. Так, окей, давай быстрее. Ну быстрее, я чат забыл открыть. Так. Имя досадный земля шар. Ничего себе. Для планет. Ничего, ща Просто придем и всех мобов все поубиваем. Так, досадный земля шар. Хороший кратер. Что за название? Окей, вот я. Надо вспомнить. А где? А где? А вот. Так, а что у нас в инвентаре есть? Как его открыть? А, так вот. Так, есть пушечка. Окей. Драхоша мой за мной летит. А, не, мне такое не надо. Вот это. Так. Ну погнали, собственно. Вот еще меч со мной, окей, все, зашибись. Теперь погнали кого-нибудь замочь. Ну-ка, я могу дополнительно создать дракош. Так, если что, могу землю изменять, все окей. Тем типа. Ну просто сейчас придем, всех боссов убьем. Вот так вообще, ну типа, не страшно летать. Давайте тупо все берем. Такую золотую фигню. Дерево, пофиг. Не собирался же я так выживать, так никто не заставит. Рояль тут всякое это. Так, да? То есть буквально в какой еще другой стороне вот это все есть. Вот, нашел. Я не хочу это все подбирать. И шаров-то нигде нет. За бред. Окей, одно мы уничтожили, еще два. Пойдет здесь. Оба, она-ка, погоди, старик. Так, да твою мать. Я как раз здесь двух боссов убьем. А твою мать, ну где? Ну, короче, надо, наверное, изменить на багрянец. Потому что всех боссов я не смогу забыть. Выдавать серьезно. Не, вот даже с такой даже с такой экипировкой я не смогу выжить вот там вот. Скорее всего. Я уже не помню. Ну что это реально? Ну что за хрень? Одно я уничтожил. Ага, что? Вот. Так, вот, здесь нормально. Вот, вижу одно сердце. Вижу второе сердце. Стал, блин. Так, окей. Я же сейчас все по рофлу типа делаю. Но это будет вообще изи. Вот этот меч это просто имба. Ну не зря же он даже запрещен на этом. Похититель миров. А где его? Остались. А, кольцо там вот. Окей, ну мы не будем подбирать. Сейчас как раз ночь, по идее. Сейчас скелетрон появится. Я, кстати, не помню, как механического призвать. Я уж все забыл. Я в обычной версии всех боссов убил. Здоров, дед. Саш, господи. Так, куда-то. Вот теперь, как вот только вот это использовать на всяких этих, у меня сразу блокирует. Так, надо выпить зелье потом. Так, зелье ледяное нет. Ой, у меня и нечем. У меня усиленных зелий нет. Я же просто ходил, уничтожал миры. Телепортировался. Да уж. Так. Шар. Здрасте. Что у нас тут лежит? Ну это вообще... Ладно. Обычно я их уничтожаю, но сейчас не буду. Так. Ну... Ты бесишь. Я не знаю, кстати, как мы Рыбрана того же победим. Куда ты летишь? Что там ржу? Уже ночь, алло, нет. Ай, господи. Да ты бесишь. Что достал? А что у меня тут стоит? Да ты бесишь, дед, ну погнали. Все, да господи. Не хочу ничего попадать. Ну ладно, выпить. кино. Эти мычи, конечно, прикольно. И по-моему, не так сложно и в обычной игре сделать. Потому что очень много я получал как бы. Их просто соединить, по идее. Ну все, ночь. Уж где ты бесишь? Ты не бесишь. Как? Да куда ты уходишь-то постоянно, придурочный? Заколебал, уйдет ведь так и все. Нахер. И куда вы летите? Ну, да я же не в ту сторону кидал, дебил. Ночь уже, дед, ночь. Какой свет дня? Нет уже ничего, видишь, все светится. Дед, ты дебил реально. Все, уже вот полное. Ну как, а у меня, кстати, достижения просто убрали за многих. Я не знаю почему. Вот типа королеву слизни, императрицу света. Я их всех победил. Сейчас у меня просто сняли. Серьезно. Окей. Все, летим дальше. Я не буду его, сейчас будет, он сдохнет. Пошел больно умный. Понимаешь, что я тебя закалил? Я тебя утоплю. Ты что, больно умный? А я, кстати, стал оборот. А, утонул все-таки. Давай. Они близко друг к другу. Что? Эй, слушай, кого слушай? Вот что ли? Сейчас пробудить. Температура света сейчас? Или что? Что это достижение? Да, дискать. Окей, тропики пошли, погнали. Сейчас еще королеву учил победил. Надо бы некоторые достижения, которые мне убрали, заново. Я вообще не понимаю, почему это делать. Буду вот так делать. Если вдруг что, сразу сломать буду. О! А, это голем. Не то. Мне ключ нужен, чтобы сюда попасть. А ключ дают от плантеры. Да уж. Что так запутал? Сюда можно попасть, но там все равно дверь. Без ключа все равно никак не открыть. Я не следил просто, что происходит сейчас. Но тут все как обычно. Блин, я не хочу долго тут зависать. Плантера, да? Я что-то пропустил. Блин, а что-то красное виднеется? Я думал, реально плантера. Обидно. Обидно. человек уже внизу. Где? Вот это. Где это? Вот, собственно, и королева. Чё? Люб, спайся, чурло. Даже долететь не успел, лошадь. Это хитро. Давай. Да что за падл? Окей. Здесь вообще все изменили, да? Погнали, поищем, что-то есть. О. Заострить. Что здесь происходит? Куда идти? Что это за город? Я ничего не понимаю. Выпустить. А где? Это здесь что-то было и убрали? Ничего себе. А, ничего. Блин, это, конечно, все для красоты, но все равно. Где мне взять вещи-то? Мне новый сейчас надо ставить. Потому что здесь ни хера нет. На самом деле-то я ни хера не понял. Если я включу, я превращу в камень. Да. Все-таки здесь это еще запрещено. Действие правильно. Ай, вы чё? Ну исчезай быстрее. Ну не понимаю, что тут за хрень. Раньше же все было здесь по-другому. Что я здесь стал? Где мне вещи-то брать? Что-то... серьезно, все осталось. Окей, идем к боссу. Это хорошо, это прикольно. Все осталось. Я думал, там все поменяли как. Я же не хотел использовать. Гаучок мечей сзади. Чё не разбанил? За бред. Да почему? Так а в смысле? Я не понимаю что-то. Так если случайно использовал... Если случайно использовал, так почему? Сколько можно меня банить? Ну что за бред, серьезно? Да вы серьезно, что ли? Да сколько можно-то, алло? Ебу. Охеренно, есть здесь. А ничего, что армия гоблинов наступает, алло? А что же они наступают? Я армию гоблинов все-таки вызвал, да? Кончайно. И я, по-моему, уже использовал портного. Странно. Я. Ну, что такое? Под землей. Ну, короче, вот такая вот фигня. Большими толпами, это любой. Здесь мы. Да вы издеваетесь. Блять, они мне каждый раз вот так вот продлевают, как мне играть? Не, удивил меня. Так, чувак, тебе надо сундук взять. Сундуки. Вроде я ему какие-нибудь крылья, да? Да за что? Осадная земля шар. Я не помню, как призывать. Если только под вечер, то это будет. Мы только сюда. Какая-то херня, что я взял. Как королеву-то призывать? Вот ты дебил. По-моему, с помощью этих бабочек и надо призывать. Но я не помню. Ну я же и убивал, ну что за бред? Ну почему заново-то? По-моему, или утром надо вообще. Ой. Это сейчас слишком резко было. Охеренно, я этих бабочек вытяну. Ой, твою мать. Не так. Докопай. Я не взял с собой, да? Что это такое? Обсидиановая бомба. Я близко к лайву. Так, достижения. Какие мне еще надо? Какие у меня убрать-то, сволочь? У меня доставало всего двое достижений. 50 из 200 заданий для рыбака. Все. Видите, император, я ее побеждал. Видите, королевство. И вообще хер знает. Да блин. Где сундук? Что постоянно ударяешься? Ты ведь только об горящие камни должен ударяться. Она вообще об все, да? Ну-ка. Короче, не понимаю я эти достижения. На Take-Two вообще ничего интересного. Ну, сейчас будут Capcom, там даже много показать. Я надеюсь, даже трейлер ребута Resident. Outbreak. Может, даже мини-взгляд на ремейк 4. DLC для 8. Но только не правда. Если они сделают правду, то это будет сверхнаглость. Ибо они говорили, что они убрали аду, так как это не соответствие временным линиям. Если это так окажется, то они вообще мудаки. Так. Можно я призову-то ее, нет? Ну как сказать, у Capcom есть Street Fighter. Может, возможно, Marvel против Capcom 4. Но у них есть файтинги, да. Давайте хоть кого-то призовем. Спасибо. Я буду бомбу мочить. Иди сюда. Получил. Так. Я не знаю, как домой вернусь. Ну да, там же сразу. Скотина! Уничтожил. Кстати, механического этого не взяла. Изи. А чё нельзя? За это дают достижения, за то, что ты сразу стрельнуть сразил. Я вот просто по приколу слезу. Так, не знаю, инопланетяне сейчас давайте прилететь. Скучно как-то. Это метеорит был? Везде эти останки, вообще ничего не вижу. Вначале вот я вначале они мешают. Что уже делать? Ну, да. Поймай. Ой, поймай. Ребят. Может, я тебе не вычитаю. Тебя еще как-то нагадывается. Да дайте мне вот эту падлу убить, а. Утро же уже. Ну-ка. Херня. Почему я не могу призвать эту сволочь, а? Я должен быть над водой или что-то? По-моему, да. Это кто у нас? Королева слизь. Ну вот. А где я вот-то возьму сейчас, алло? Туда. Эйтон. Так, ладно. Угу. В общем, вот, смотрите, через несколько буквально...
Intensity, drama, or even just a theme song you'll hum for the rest of your life.
Через 20 минут начнется презентация Capcom, я пока
Than the
отойду.
hosts of Rolling Stone on Twitch, Tia and John.
Hey everyone, I'm Tia Hill.
And I'm John Weigel, and we're the hosts of Rolling Stone on Twitch.
Yes, and welcome back to E3 2021. We're so happy that E3 is back this year, and we're really happy to be a part of it.
That's right, and you can see us anytime you want, 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern Time on weekdays, Monday through Friday, where we talk about music news, have live performances, and have very special guests come in pretty much every day of the week.
Exactly, so definitely make sure you follow us on Rolling Stone on Twitch. And right now, we're going to do one of our favorite segments that we call a Dream Mixtape. So this is a segment, usually we have a guest come in, we give them about 10 different prompts, and then we put together a playlist that's available on our Spotify based on these prompts. But this is a very special Dream Mixtape in honor of E3 coming back, and we're doing a Dream video game mixtape.
That's right. If our channel was a video game, these are the songs that we feel would be the soundtrack to our video game.
Yes.
That we're currently in.
Exactly. And this would be the cover of the video game. If our channel were a video game, it is a drawing of John and I that we had on the channel.
It's a beautiful drawing. It is done by Ross Tran from Ross Draws on YouTube. He did a great job. He made us our different characters. He made Tia kind of this hacker kind of persona, and me this big old meathead with an axe or a guitar axe. So it's looking great, and that would be the cover of our video game.
Exactly.
If we had one, which we do now, theoretically.
Exactly. Well,
Yes.
we have a soundtrack for one at the very least. So starting off for the first track in the video game, probably the most important thing because it's the first thing you hear, the title screen.
Right. Right. This is like, you know, of course, when you start the game, like, you know, the Halo starting screen where you see all those ships flying everywhere and you hear the, oh.
Exactly.
That is kind of like what we're going for here. Maybe not the exact same song.
Yes.
But Tia, what song did you select for our title screen / press start screen?
So I picked Miss the Rage by Trippie Redd and Playboi Carti. Not only am I a huge Playboi Carti fan, but also this song, if you listen to it, the instrumental on this is really, really wild in terms of it's very electronic sounding. It feels like you're kind of in outer space or you're being transported through something. And I feel like that's the vibe that I wanted to bring to whatever this video game that we're making is. So I felt like this really captured something that would feel like you're being jetted into a video game universe. So I had to pick Miss the Rage.
Yeah, I think it's a great selection. It's very gamey. And, you know, Tia, you've been going on for months to me about how you really, really like the instrumental for this track and have even just been bumping the regular instrumental. So I think that it would be a great fit. It's also very, again, very video gamey, very kind of synth driven, has that vibe to it. So I really dig that.
Thank you. I'm glad that you like that one.
Yes. So, okay, now we're going to move on to the next one. And this one is a choose your character screen. And we've definitely all been there. I feel like I spend a lot of time in the character selection bay in like a Mortal Kombat.
I really like to take my time. And when I'm thinking specifically of a time I take my time, if I'm ever playing The Sims, you know I love The Sims, I will spend a good hour making my character.
That's like me in Super Smash Brothers. First of all, I can never pick the character because there are just too many now. There's just so many. And then when I'm going through to pick every one of them, I finally pick like freaking Captain Falcon like always. But then I'm like, okay, like let me like make him pink. So that takes an extra few minutes.
Exactly. Then when you're playing with other people, they're like, come on.
But anyways, what song, Tia, did you select for a choose your character screen?
I picked Tierra Whack Cable Guy because, like you were saying, it's you take your time when you're picking your character, and so this is a song that the song itself is only a minute long, but it's something that if you were to loop it over and over again, it's very unobtrusive. It's really smooth, it's really nice, and it calms you down enough so while you're making that, you know, important choice of which character you're trying to get, you're calm with the music in the background. So I thought this was a nice choice.
This the title of the song really makes me believe that Larry the Cable Guy would be a selectable character in whatever game that we're having.
Exactly.
Which would be very interesting.
Exactly. So what do we have next? The starting town.
Yes.
This is important.
Where you begin your journey.
Exactly. And this makes me think of Link again, my favorite.
Yes.
Or, you know, when you're playing Zelda and he's just like running around the town.
Oh,
and you're just
yeah.
like getting your bearings in any video game. Just
Yeah,
in
you're meeting
general.
up with the Koroks, you're having a good time.
Talking to the NPCs.
Talk to the NPCs.
Figuring out what's going on.
Trying to break some barrels for some rupees, for some sweet, sweet green rupees.
Exactly.
This is the song that you want to hear in your starting town. This was my selection.
Yeah, so what did you pick here?
So I selected, this is Old Town Road by Lil Nas X. I feel like some people know this song out there, maybe just a few.
It's not that big though.
But specifically, when you take this song for a starting town, what I want it to do is loop. So you know that part in the song where it's just the chorus. It's like, take my horse on the old town road,
Classic,
ride
yeah.
when I can no more. I want no verses. I want just a loop of that single chorus over and over and over again until the user gets super like annoyed and tries to leave town.
And tries to leave. That's exactly what you need to keep moving on through the rest of the video game. So honestly, that's a good choice.
And that's how I
Nice
kick you out of
psychology
town.
there.
That's how I kick you out of town. But the thing is, there are more Easter eggs that populate in the first town later in the game. So you got to go back. So you got to use your time real wisely.
That's how you get them. Is it the regular Old Town Road? It's not any kind of remix, right?
No, it's the regular,
Old Town Road.
We're talking no Billy Ray Cyrus on the track,
No
just
Yodel.
Lil Nas X in his olden days on
Nice,
the Old
nice,
Town
nice.
Road with you.
Good, good choice. Good choice. Next, we have the loading screen. This is another one where I feel like it needs to be something relatively calm.
I felt that for the loading screen, this is the only track in this entire listing that I picked out from an actual video game.
Oh, yes.
This is from Celeste, the original soundtrack. It's called First Steps. It is, I believe, the second track off of the soundtrack. Celeste is a video game, and it's kind of like an 8-bit style song. It's very like 1980s, old style video game vibe.
That's perfect.
And that's what I really love about it. And I feel like for a loading screen in specific, it would work perfectly because you're waiting and you're hearing just a beautiful kind of, 8-bit lullaby tune to help you
nice.
wait.
And then it makes you not irritated when things aren't loading at the appropriate time. So that's perfect.
Exactly.
You need something calm. That's nice. I like that. Well, next we have the in-game world music, which is really honestly some of the most important music because this is what you're going to be listening to probably the most throughout the entire game.
Most of the time. If you've been like in a lot of games too, there is a song. Sometimes songs vary by level in a lot of video games, but there are some games that a song persists through the entire game. And if it's going to be that way, like we're going to have it right now, it's got to be good. It's got to be something that I'm going to want to listen to and not mute my TV and turn on something else in the background.
That's very, very real. That is very, very real, which is why I chose a Glass Animals track, Tangerine. I feel like this song is well, first off, we had Dave Bailey from Glass Animals come on the show a few weeks back, but also this song is super immersive. This is from their album Dreamland, and a big thing that they wanted to do was make it feel like you're in a dream. So all of the songs really sound like you're being dropped into this world that they've created. And if you listen to Tangerine specifically, there are all these little sounds. There's like laughter in the background and all these different sound effects, which kind of remind me of when you're playing a video game and you just hear like, the pitter patter of the footsteps.
Indistinct chatter in the background and things like that.
And just nice things that really build the world and bring it to life and make you want to kind of live in that video game. So I felt like this was a good choice for something like that.
And I feel like the Dreamland idea really fits with the kind of aesthetic that we're building out for this game. Very like spacey 1980s Dreamland-esque. Like I remember I used to play on my Game Boy Advance Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland.
Oh my goodness.
Which is probably one of my favorite mobile games that I've ever had in my entire life. And that is like a perfect fit for this.
Oh, that
very
would be
dreamy,
perfect.
very all of
Yes.
those wonderful stars
That
and
is a
clouds.
great one. Well, getting more intense after you've explored the whole world and you get to the final boss battle.
That is right. The final battle of the game.
Exactly. Here is our boss for our channel's video game, our super producer and moderator, Chris.
He is our final boss battle every day.
Exactly.
Look at him spin.
Exactly. Look at that.
Look at him rotate.
And I believe this was your choice, John. What did you pick?
That's right. So I figured for a final boss battle, you need a big epic feel. You need there to be a lot of different instrumentation. You need there to be an orchestra. You need guitars, distorted guitars. So I picked a band that I really love called Born of Osiris. The song is called The Machine. It is a great track, very epic feeling at the end of a game when you're about to win the game, about to finish it up. And this track starts out with a huge orchestra beginning to play, and it is lovely. It has strings throughout, it has distorted guitars throughout, sick breakdowns, sick solos. You're gonna love this when you're fighting the last boss.
I feel like a big orchestral track is exactly what you need for something like this. You need something intense, you need something big that's gonna make you feel like, oh my gosh, this is a moment in the game that I'm playing.
Exactly.
Perfect choice.
Make it feel huge. You're about to finish the this game, make it feel huge.
Final boss.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of finishing games and things being over.
Yes, if you fail to defeat Chris, our boss in combat, you will then fail the game and you will die, as most people in video games do. And when this happens, you kind of want and you have a title card at your game over screen as well. Like I feel like my favorite title card for a game over screen is usually Fire Emblem for Nintendo, when there's just a sword jammed into the ground and it looks like everybody's dead around you and it's horrific, terrible. So I figured I'd pick a song for this that fit that idea. So let's go to it. So it's a
great one.
If anybody knows Evanescence, this is Bring Me to Life. I feel like it's good in both lyric and concept, with death and being dead in a game. And again, the more you hear it, the more you die in the game, the less you'll want to be at the game over screen, and the more you'll want to restart the game and be brought back to life.
And that's perfect
that right?
because lyrically it fits exactly with what's going on. So I feel like, lyrically the song also matches. This is a perfect choice, John.
Thank you very much.
This is a perfect choice.
Thank you.
A1 with this one. Well, next we have the in-game radio track. So we've described there's a lot of different elements to this video game we're creating. I'm going to add this kind of GTA element because I'm picturing GTA radio when I think in-game radio track. And for GTA radio, I would pick future March Madness, if that's the vibe we're going for. It just seems like we have a car in this game all of a sudden. And so we're driving around doing our thing. And this is a great song to just kind of drive to. I'm also a big Future fan because it adds to this world that we're creating that is in space, but also has cars, but also we're fighting bosses.
Right,
There's a lot going on.
We're fighting our boss. Yeah, if you were to get into this car, right, and you were to you're tinkering around, you're like while driving this fictional car, you were like, oh, let me see what's on the radio, and you just accidentally hit the X button or something, and then just Future comes on. It'd be a nice surprise. It'd be a really fun surprise.
Exactly, it's like a nice little moment. So I thought I had to throw that in there.
The entirety of the game takes place in the month of March.
There we go. That's how it's relevant. That's a good one.
That's how it is. So next we have a song that sounds like how Mountain Dew tastes. And what we mean by this is a song that really gets you fueled for your game, a song that really makes you energetic and gives you that sugar rush that you need to get through the game with that green power that we can only associate with Mountain Dew.
Exactly. So what song did you pick for it?
So the song that I picked for this is a song by the band called Magic Sword. It's called In the Face of Evil, and Magic Sword is kind of a Daft Punk-esque band. They are all dressed up like Daft Punk. There are 3 of them, but they have a neon stripe that goes right around their eyes. Basically, they're kind of an 80s Tron-style synthwave, vaporwave group, and they make these songs that really, really inject, I feel like, a sugar rush into me every time I hear them, so that's why I picked them for this. Specifically, this song has a lot of arpeggiators, really harkens back to that 1980s old video game sound.
Love that.
Not exactly an 8-bit song, but it is a track that gets me really riled up and really excited to continue playing. So
that's perfect. That's a perfect choice.
And then now we move into minigame music, which is probably one of my favorite prompts that we selected because there are just so many possibilities.
There are so many possibilities. I think this is our last prompt as well, but when I think of minigame music and I think of minigames, I think of something that could be chaotic. There's a lot going on in the minigame, and clearly the game that we have created has many elements, so we don't even know what this minigame is going to be.
You finish this ridiculous game that we've created
there's
for you.
Cars
You're done.
In it, there's horses,
it's
there's
all
bosses.
over. Right. You've ridden your horse down the old town car. And the whole game has happened, and then you get back and you're like, all right, what's the replay value? I'm going to play some mini games. And you got to pick a song in this that's going to be super erratic and fit any situation. And Tia, what song did you select for this?
Well, erratic is a perfect word because I picked by 100 Gex ringtone. It is the remix with Charlie XCX and Rico Nasty. This song just has a lot going on in it. It has a lot going on. There's a lot of different sounds. It is a hyperpop song, and it gets really, really intense. There's this break in the middle when Rico is kind of yelling and doing her thing, and there's so many different sonic elements to it, and I feel like whatever mini game we're playing, this matches it perfectly, no matter what the game. So had to pick a 100 Gex song for this.
I love the selection of 100 Gex because I feel like that also just fits a video game realm so well, that kind of hyper pop edge to it. And also, like, when you're in a mini game, you could be doing anything. We could have, I would gather that we have at least 5 mini games in our game.
Oh, absolutely.
All of them are each you're doing something completely ridiculous and completely different than the last one. I'm sure. Yeah.
Who even knows what it would be? The next video game soundtrack we do. We'll
one of the mini
those details.
Yeah. One of the mini games got to be like, you got to host the whole 2-hour stream.
Exactly.
You just got to do the whole thing.
In front of your console and just talk talk for 2 hours straight. No, that's perfect. That's perfect.
The chat's covered up too.
Exactly. You gotta like dodge things. So that's great. I love it.
So everybody, that was our mixtape. We had a really great time putting it together, and we have put a link for that mixtape and our other mixtapes in our link below on Spotify. If you also want to make any of your own custom mixtapes on Spotify, you can send us the link to the email address below.
Yes, we definitely want to hear from you all. And if you enjoyed this, you can follow us and check us out every day, Monday through Friday from 4 to 6 p.m. Eastern on twitch.tv/rollingstone.
And you can catch us anytime, 24/7 on our Discord. We would like to just thank everybody for coming out, watching the show today, and enjoy your E3 2021 experience.
I appreciate really good character development. You're following a character and you really get to see how they grow, the adventures they go through, the turmoils that they have to go through as well, the obstacles and how much they just grow as a character, the relationships, and it really made me appreciate good character writing and character development, so which I definitely use in my other projects all the time.
篝火营地是中国领先的游戏媒体，创立于2018年，致力于为全世界的中文游戏玩家提供专业、精准、资讯的资讯情报。篝火营地隶属于中国与多家国际一流游戏媒体同行达成正式内容合作关系，源源不断地将最新的游戏资讯第一时间带给全球中国玩家。自成立以来，篝火营地在全网的内容浏览量已经超过5亿，服务了数百万的读者和玩家。我们的愿景是做游戏文化传播者。 您可以在全球各大手机应用市场下载篝火营地 APP， 或者访问3w.gamebomb.com 来加入游戏
Street Fighter 6. Может еще что-то. В общем, Capcom не подведите.
As a part of Play for All, GameSpot will be bringing you the latest gaming news and announcements, interviews with developers, the biggest press conferences, and lots more. Play for All is our yearly online event that combines the excitement and announcements of E3 with charity live streams the following week with lots of special guests who are going to help us raise money for able gamers. So join us in June for E3 and Play for All on GameSpot.com, YouTube.com/GameSpot, Twitch.tv/GameSpot, and as a part of E3's official broadcast. See you then.
It probably isn't like realistic, but I love to be in Dragon Ball Z.
Так, не понял, Capcom-то сейчас будет или в 2 часа вообще охерели, что ли?
But like if I could be in Dragon Ball Z and just like fight with Goku or Vegeta or just be in that series, that'd be crazy to me. Like that'd be crazy. I'll put myself in GTA. But more realistically speaking, probably like Grand Theft Auto or like Call of Duty, or you know even a character in Fortnite, like something like that. I think that'd be dope.
Welcome back to E3 2021.
Capcom,
We're having so much fun on day 3, and Capcom has so many great franchises, and one of the longest running is Monster Hunter. With a feature film and a sequel for the Switch, it's been a busy year for the property. The folks at Capcom sat down for an AMA with Reddit to talk about their newest release, Monster Hunter Rise. Ooh.
Monster Hunter Rise.
Hello Reddit, I'm Yuri from the Monster Hunter community team at Capcom USA.
モンスターハンターライズプロデューサーの辻本です。今回は Reddit に寄せられておりますコミュニティの皆様の質問にお答えしたいと思っております。
Last month, we collected a number of your questions and sent them to Monster Hunter Rise director Yasunori Chinose. Unfortunately, he was unable to record a video of his answers, but he gave them to me right here. I'll be delivering them to you on his behalf. All the newly added monsters are my favorite. If I were to choose one that I like the most, it would be Magna Malo. I've been working on Magna Malo for so long, and it took me a long time to complete it, so I have strong feelings about this monster. Initially, I wanted to create a tiger-shaped monster. However, the main planner came up with the idea of an armored warrior with a long spear, and the prototype of the current Magna Malo was born.
はい、明けのシルームです。理由はですね、僕すごく、雨男といいますか、すごくいろんなところ行ったら雨が降る、キャラでして、とても傘っていうのが、重要な僕の中ではアイテムになってますので、ぜひ雨降った時は明けのシルームに傘代わりになっていただきたいと思っておりますので、好きなモンスターにさせてもらいました。
Magna Malo does not feed only on fresh meat, but also on decomposed meat. It decomposes the meat in its body and produces a special gas, which does not smell very good.
僕のはですね、鉄柱回転攻撃が、好きな技となっています。理由の方はですね、僕はハンマーを使ってるんですが、鉄柱回転攻撃ってすごくやっぱり、派手な攻撃でもありますし、すごい多段ヒットするので気持ちよさもあって、あと、距離もだいぶ詰めれますので、僕の中では結構ハンマーの中でかなり中心で使っている攻撃技となっています。
My favorite Silkbind move is Earthshaker. The damage from the first hit feels good, but the additional impact damage feels even better. You can enjoy the feeling twice with one attack.
はい、子供の頃にですね、怖かった妖怪っていうとですね、カッパという妖怪がいるんですけど、
It's Kappa for me. When I was younger, I saw a scene on TV where a man was dragged into a river by a kappa.
そのカッパという妖怪がですね、川とか、
And from that, I learned that it is dangerous to go near rivers.
池とかそういうところに潜んでてですね、結構その人をですね、水の中に引きずり込むみたいなことが、言われてる、妖怪なので、子供の頃川とかにも遊びに行ったりとかもしてたんで、結構身近にいそうで怖そうな、妖怪です。
During development, I often played Hunting Horn and Heavy Bowgun. Hunting Horn was a weapon I've played in the past, but for Heavy Bowgun, I used the weapon to test out long-range distance.
はい、一番好きな武器はですね、ちょっとご存知の方もいるかもしれないんですけど、僕はもうシリーズを通してずっとハンマーを使ってますので、もちろん今回もハンマーを使っております。で、ハンマーしか使ってませんので、ギルドカードの、武器の使用も、ハンマーのみが、ついている、仕様としてついている状況です。
My favorite armor is Bishaten. I love the light design and how it emphasizes mobility. It is inspired by the costumes of Japanese ascetic monks and mountain priests. My favorite skill
А чё, я не понял, показывали геймплей суккуба?
ラージャの装備が結構好きでして、その見た目的にも好きですし、結構シリーズでラージャの防具が出ているときは絶対一度は作る防具になっています。でスキルの方はですね、広域化っていうスキルを、結構つけることが多くて、周りの人にも自分の回復が影響するので、そういうなんか周りの人のちょっとでも手助けになるかなみたいなので、そういうのをスキルもつけてたりします。はい。
practice.
はい、現状予定はありませんが、今後出てくる、タイトルとかで、世界観とかがあって、ガチャブが、登場する必要性があるときには出てくるかもしれませんね。
One day I was playing to check the game. I saw one of Yomogi's feline helpers lying on the ground. So I asked my team what was going on and was told that they were testing out a situation where the feline ate a bad dango that Yomogi made and collapsed. That was a good idea, but unfortunately it didn't make it into the final game. That's because while Yomogi was having an important conversation, the feline was unconscious. That didn't make sense.
Это то, что на E3 показали. Здесь на готовом не покажут, так что чё значит-то?
I wanted an iconic scene that would be recognized as Monster Hunter Rise just by looking at the food scene.
Даже сейчас тянут.
I decided to use elements that were different from those used in the past, such as
Monster Hunter Rise. Ну давайте еще полчаса про Monster Hunter World поговорим. Потом поговорим, какая мы хорошая студия. Потом закончим. Да. Давайте быстрее, ну чё вы?
武器種の方はですね、やっぱり新しい武器を加えるとしても、
Не, ну с таких блин, они начали, ну супер, как-то неинтересно, реально. Вообще, ну охота уйти теперь, ну вот Microsoft, как они начали, просто все вот это. А эти вообще как-то странно. На все вопросы там начали, ну супер, как-то не...
ВКонтакт в этом году является официальным.
Давайте, все, рассказали, давайте. Пропускайте этот Monster Hunter, нафиг. Давайте к Резиденту, к Street Fighter и так далее. К Мегаману.
Dual blades for speed, 100%. But nothing feels so satisfying though when you get that hit with the hammer and it's so heavy and it's just whoa!
But then you get caught and they're on top of you. It's just too slow.
Not fun.
I understand.
You gotta get in, you gotta get out.
But you know, there's a certain. I agree with you, Jackie. There's like a certain kind of satisfaction when you finally get the wind up.
Right in the feels.
And the hit. Right out of the park.
Especially against the T-Rex.
Yeah, okay, well, it's not actually, it's not officially a T-Rex, Jack.
Okay, I'm
sorry.
I'll
let the internet and your YouTube comments correct you on that.
Oh, no!
That was a great one. Thank you so much for that, Monster Hunter AMA, of course. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions you want answered at E3, hashtag E32021, you can get your comments on the little ticker that goes by. And, of course, we're running polls throughout this. We've been running polls all day long about the old Capcom, because, of course, we are coming up pretty dang quick on the Capcom presentation. As a rundown again of what we know officially for Capcom. Of course, it's be hosted by our friend Seltzer. Then we know we're going to get stuff on the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're going to get stuff on Monster Hunter Rise. We're going to get stuff on Monster Hunter Stories 2. We're going to get Resident Evil Village. That is what they have officially said. Of course, I still hold out hope for more on Resident Evil 4 VR. I hope more on that Resident Evil multiplayer game. Yeah. And then if you really want to start dreaming, I know earlier you want to talk about Lost Planet, like that's
Sorry, guys. I went down the rabbit hole. I don't want to get into a total stuff here. Although it would be fantastic to have it, but let's focus on what we already know. I'm looking forward to seeing what Resident Evil Village content they're planning to bring to the table. Game's been a massive hit. I'm expecting them to come out, talk about that, and also maybe give us some new stuff.
Yeah. Jackie, what do you want?
Okay, so I am not super into puzzle mystery games, just being completely honest, but I mean, Ace Attorney just totally plays to me. Obviously, I'm a big weeb. I absolutely adore anime. So just seeing the protagonist being like, objection, like I'm just like, I am absolutely 100% here for it. Also, there's a character in there named Herlock Sholmes.
Of course.
I mean, that alone, I'm just like, I'm exactly. I was like, I love this, so I'm definitely here for it.
You have to pay anybody on that.
It's so smart, right?
Yeah, you'll be getting it, of course, Ace Attorney, the Chronicles here, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, 2 games that were released in Japan, finally coming here on July 27th. And it's about time, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you've been waiting for, all right? The Capcom presentation is starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Go do
Что это? Я сейчас не услышал. на 18 плюс хотя бы. Ну, по нашему. Прикольно. Прикольно.
Welcome to the Capcom E3 Showcase. I'm your host, Rachel Querico, aka Seltzer, and I'll be your guide as we walk through the latest releases, news, and updates from Capcom. We'll hear from the Resident Evil Village team, share some news from the world of Monster Hunter, and get the latest on Ace Attorney.
Street Fighter
Then we'll
5.
wrap up with some updates from our friends at Capcom
Самое
Fighters.
последнее издание.
So what are we
Хотя
waiting
уже
for?
есть
Let's get
Чемпион
started.
Edition.
Our first stop today, Resident Evil Village. The Resident Evil franchise continues to pioneer the latest and greatest in survival horror. The team has been blown away by the response to
Давайте,
Resident
он
Evil Village,
очень
which
хорошо
launched
продался.
last
Давай,
month.
DLC какой-нибудь
It brought
сразу.
the world another chapter in this decades-long story as the franchise celebrates its 25th anniversary this year. I'm honored to be able to introduce Tsuyoshi Kanda,
Да что ж
producer
вы
on
воду-то
Resident Evil
льете, ну?
Village, with a special message for the fans.
Another time. Bye-bye.
There's nothing to fear.
Where's Rose? She's everything to me.
Это так должно быть.
I think it's time you left things in my hands. Go on, rest now.
Hi everyone, my name is Tsuyoshi Kanda, producer on Resident Evil Village. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank everyone who's prayed
Нам
since
очень
we
долго будут
came
рассказывать
in
о том,
May.
как мы
We
эту
hope
игру
you're
создавали,
enjoying
какая
this
она
new
вышла
chapter in survival
вышла
horror.
успешно,
As
как
a
мы не
reminder,
ожидали, что она выйдет
everyone who
успешно и
purchases
так
Resident
далее.
Evil Village will gain free access to our online multiplayer title Resident Evil RE4.
Да шо ж вы так
where
тихо
players will
разговариваете?
head with their favorite
Так, про
Resident
Райс,
Evil
да.
heroes and bioweapons. I'm now happy to announce that Resident Evil RE4 will go live next month across all supported platforms. So head into the fray to celebrate the Resident Evil 25th anniversary.
DLC Resident Evil, ну-ка. Мора. Чё?
Thank you, Kanda-san, for that
Ничего не
wonderful
понял.
update. Next up, some long-awaited news from the world of Monster
Ой, а
Hunter.
сейчас ты
Whether
уже
it's
начала
adventuring
громко слышать.
alongside monsters or battling them with friends, we've got something for you. First, let's dive into the brand new story-based RPG entry to the series, Monster Hunter Stories 2: Wings of Ruin.
Мор, он чё там был написано про DLC президент? Я подумал Мора, но там это не имя, это просто когда там выйдет, чё? 10 плюс. Чё там по резиденту-то? Ну типа нам анонсировали, но не покажут.
Red may have been strong and skilled, but against the awesome power of nature, he was merely a man. He never stood a chance.
All around, things just kept getting worse. But I heard that Guardian Ratha had survived and returned to Hekolu Island. I went there to see Red's old monster again. Then, of course, that's when I met you.
You were given Red's kinship stone and now a Rathalos egg. This is destiny.
This is the legendary monster, Ray's Wing Ratha, the monster with the wings of ruin.
It's said that a beat of its wings can bring about waves of destruction.
Many people believe there's a connection between the strange happenings and the wings of ruin. The pits are appearing everywhere, and they're emitting a strange light.
Я так и не понял. Это пытаюсь что-то найти.
What's this whole idea of forming kinship with monsters? How do you control them?
А что там про DLC-то сказал? Я не понял. Объясните. Куда?
What kind of power does Ratha really have? Why are
Куда
all
чат
of these pits
пропадает?
appearing? And who are those people who
А
want
что
to
у
take
нас?
Ratha for
Получается,
themselves?
не покажем.
All I have are questions.
А, вот DLC подтвержден для Resident Evil
Ratha
Village.
will become anxious too. He needs to know that you will protect him no matter what.
I can sense the flames of his life force weakening. The burden of such great power is too much for his body to bear.
A voice. Can you hear it?
Более подробная информация будет позже. Когда? Сегодня?
They have the power of kinship. Their friends, their monsters.
На DLC будет это уже хорошо.
Everyone they meet. That makes them strong. My friends here told
Так,
me
сразу быстро про...
I believe in the strength of humanity.
DLC у нас выйдет. Но его, видимо, сегодня никто не представит, да. Обидно, обидно. И как, про что делать? Про Лилию Димитреску? Про Аду? Про Елену? Про кого? А про Outbreak ты что-нибудь расскажешь? Нет, про... Что там с любовью? Надеюсь, расскажем. Ибо мне этот Monster Hunter вообще не интересен. Так это ж нам показывает. Что нам все одно и то же показывает?
Looks pretty epic, right? And how about that announcement? The canine companion Palamute from Monster Hunter Rise will be joining Monster Hunter Stories 2 as one of the new monsties in the first free title update.
Так, Capcom начал производство дополнений для Resident Evil Village. Многие игроки просили этого. Вдобавок, онлайновый Resident Evil Berst выйдет в июле. Еще, значит, на месяц перенесли. Ясно. Между прочим, уже сегодня в ДБД выходит обновление с Резидентом как раз связано. Я надеюсь, они покажут Outbreak. И какой-нибудь Street Fighter 6, потому что по сливам много чего должно быть. Вторник, 15 июня в 19:00. А чё предзаказать-то нельзя? Окей, я поставлю напомнить. Сразу же очень много улучшений еще выйдет вместе с этим. Но они только начали пока разработку делать, как я понял. Окей. Либо чуть-чуть, да?
Uhura is like my second home.
You think you can take on Rondine?
There has never been a better time to be a Monster Hunter fan. With all the new updates to Monster Hunter Rise and the launch of Monster Hunter Stories 2 this summer. We can't wait to hear about your own stories of adventure.
Даже Capcom сообщили, что делают DLC на ЖДÖМ. Прислушайтесь хотя бы к ним. Молчат. И тролль. Ну чё это такое, а нафиг? Чё за беспредел, а? Ну чё за херня? Ну все, после анонса DLC. Ну, кстати, возможно, да. Возможно, ничего больше не будет. Надеюсь, на Outbreak Мегамена кого-нибудь нового. Марвел против Capcom Infinity 2. Вообще, много чего. Я хочу.
Welcome to the center of the world. Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
This country is incredible. I will become a lawyer. I have to.
Еще трейлер ребут.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Who are you? Herlock Sholmes. You must have heard of me.
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san.
Let us engage in the art of deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, what have we here? It would seem the truth is now.
Мне кажется, DLC уже к декабрю выйдет. Мне такое ощущение. Первым. Ноябрь, может даже сентябрь. Мне кажется, под конец будет. Следующий примерно в мае. Следующий там. При DLC должно быть там. А как на DLC?
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage!
Ну, все так отреагировали, хотя все и так знали, что DLC будет. Но приятно это слышать все равно. Когда тебе официально говорят, мы разрабатываем DLC НРС, бля. Либо завтра, либо никогда. Давай.
Let's take a closer first look at two gameplay features new to the franchise in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles: Dance of Deduction and Summation Examination.
Чё?
Hello, I'm Jonathan, Capcom's marketing brand manager of Great Ace Attorney Chronicles.
So this is the capital of Great
Britain.
Where to?
The Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
The Capcom team is thrilled to present two new gameplay features, Dance of Deduction and Summation Examination, coming to the Ace Attorney series.
While investigating to prove your client's innocence, players will come across conspicuous situations that require further examination with the help of Ryunosuke's legal aid Suzato and the brilliance of deduction from Detective Herlock.
Приятно сейчас в Твиттере сидеть, заходить, что многие рады делиться.
Я
все ждали, что оно будет. Но вот об этом мне вообще не интересно. Ой. А чё вы правду-то все тут пишете? Ну, если Capcom-то сделают, то они, как говорится, пиздоболы. Потому что они сказали, что это несоответствие, несоответствие с временными промежутками игр. Если они это сделают, то они... Ну чё, охерели, что если они это сделают? Вырезан из игры, да, был, но все же. Они могут это, конечно, утаить, но все равно. Но зачем было прямо вот так говорить, что несоответствие временным линиям игры? Что за бред? Ой, Capcom. Могли просто прыгнуть.
Ryunosuke and Susato will then discuss to correct the flaws in Herlock's deductions. At this point, players will be prompted to search for clues that help identify the errors in the detective's logic and reveal the truth to the mystery.
О, Capcom USA начали. Стрим на Твиче.
As players present new evidence and observations, Herlock will amend his deductions based on the new information. As players present new evidence and observations, Herlock will amend his deductions based on the new information that brings them to the conclusion of the dance of deduction.
Максимум.
Ну, начали. И только начали работать. Да давайте, ну еще дольше все это. Давайте всю игру покажем. Ну серьезно. Ну вам что, реально показывать нечего, что вы... Все, до таких деталей показывают. Ну что за фигня, а? Блин, они только начали даже. Ой. Что это в каком-то ядре для меня разочарование? Ждал DLC для Combat Pack, соснул. Ждал показа DLC для Village, тоже соснул. Практически, потому что его только начали разрабатывать. Только вот тут я только Майки красавцы, ну и Юбики тоже в каком-то плане. Ну все вот.
All of whom provide explanations as to why they've reached their guilty verdict. You'll have to identify conflicting statements and sway the jury in your favor. Examine each statement carefully and select two contradicting jurors to call out the flaws in their logic.
Например, режиссер что-то загнул, конечно. Но вот DLC правда не могут сделать, но... Нахера было говорить так прямо, что это не соответствует? Ну зачем так сказали? Просто бы сказали, просто вырезали. Захотели вырезать. Кто-то против. Причем они даже не объяснили, каким временным. Где она тогда была? Возможно, DLC реально будет ада, но... Не знаю. Давайте, ну эту игру и давайте ссылка на всю оставшуюся конференцию про нее покажем. Ну прямо очень интересно, да.
We are very excited to get this game in the hands of both new fans and diehard fans alike. Thanks for watching.
It already seems like I have a bunch of games to catch up on. There are some exciting new adventures and titles to look forward to. Well, that's a look at the new premieres from Capcom, but what about esports? Let's close out today's showcase with a few words from two of the stars of Capcom Fighters, Rob TV and Vicious. They'll tell us what's been going on with Capcom esports, including updates on the Capcom Pro Tour, Intel World Open, Street Fighter League, and all the other content on Capcom Fighters. Over to you guys.
Это про турниры.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome to the Capcom esports presentation for E3 2021. My name is Vicious.
А Tekken и Netherlands запретили делать собственные эти с ихними из-за 1xb.
Hollywood, Rob TV. What's going on, Rob?
Oh my goodness, Vicious. Host extraordinaire. That just sounds beautiful. It has a ring to it. And I think that's the perfect word to describe what we have for everyone today. Street Fighter V, Capcom E3. It just feels right and you feel the electricity in the air.
Nice.
Nice! What? That was nasty! And there might be some people at home, bitches, who don't fully know what competitive Street Fighter V is. The long and the short of it is this. We travel all around the world, state to state, country to country, and we try to bring our opponent's life bar from 100 all the way down to 0 and feel pretty goddamn good doing it.
That's right, Rob. If you think you're the best in your region, sign up for Capcom Pro Tour to prove it and become possibly a world champion at Street Fighter V.
Еще какая-то коллекционка. Какой-то игры.
So in this year's CPT
Ну блин, ну под
overall,
конец-то.
it's a series of tournaments
Не
that have
подкачайте.
$5,000 on the line for each tournament.
Пожалуйста, ну
But
как?
that
Еще
money alone,
можете
that's
ведь
not
хорошо.
the big, that's not what's really at stake here. It's about making it to the granddaddy of them all, Capcom Cup.
Item just reset in grand finals of Capcom Cup.
So behind me, you can see in all of its glory, the Capcom Pro Tour 2021 official stage and set. And that's a place that you are very, very familiar with.
That's right, we take all of our events and broadcast it live from this stage, and we check out all of the top competitors from each and every one of these regions. And speaking of, the Capcom Pro Tour has shaped up a lot. 2021, we have 32 events going on in the Capcom Pro Tour, spanning across 19 different territories. So there's so many opportunities for players from around the world to get that ticket into Capcom Cup this season. I'm absolutely excited because, again, that is a big change from what 2020 was into what we could expect for 2021. And Mago is your first qualifier for Japan for the Capcom Pro Tour. Not only can you catch the Capcom Pro Tour live on the Capcom Fighters channel, you can do so on a plethora of platforms. We have it on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. Of course, if you don't catch it live, you can also check out the VODs for all the competitive study you would need to become a successful Street Fighter V player, as well as catching some of the community-focused content that we have on Capcom Fighters. We have No Neutral, the official pre-show of the Capcom Pro Tour. We have sets where we take players from around the world and play off in an exhibition for 10. Not only that, actually, we do have Street Fighter League that's happened season after season, non-stop action, 6 teams.
А вот если еще завтра DLC для Little Nightmares не покажут, то в плане своих, то, что я хотел увидеть, я прям разочаруюсь очень сильно. А то ни DLC по Mortal Kombat, ни DLC не показали. По Резиденту только начали зарабатывать. Ни DLC по Little Nightmares. Если это произойдет, то я прям расстроюсь.
Let's not forget, the Intel World Opening is happening right now.
Ну да, очень интересно рассказывать про то, как вы турниры делаете. Да, давайте быстрее. Пошли вон. Пошли вон отсюда и дайте нормально кого-нибудь. Покажите. Потому что они думали, что фанатам не понравится.
I highly recommend everyone to stay tuned for future Capcom Pro Tour.
Так, в основной этой игре она что, она просто появилась один раз и убежала, все. И DLC должно было быть про нее. По идее. Она должна была спасти Итана Гейзенберга. Когда они выложили материалы про Ада, они никак не ожидали такой реакции, поэтому захотели DLC про видео. Ну, как вариант. Так, а когда они показали? Они вместе с... Да, узнали-то они практически до выхода. То есть вот игра вышла, кто получил артбуки в коллекционных или в полевом наборе, они только тогда узнали. То есть они еще уже до этого ее вырезали, не знав реакцию зрителей. То есть до этой новости я вообще тоже никак Аду там не ожидал увидеть. Да хоть тоже Джил, хоть того же Леона, но не Аду.
Remember to check out Capcom Fighters' Twitch and YouTube channels for more information and to watch the latest matches. So that's a wrap for Capcom at E3 this year. Let's recap what we all saw. Resident Evil Village is back with the latest installment of the survival horror experience and RE4 as part of the franchise's 25th anniversary. We have new adventures to embark on in the world of Monster Hunter, with Monster Hunter Stories 2, Wings of Ruin, and Monster Hunter Rise. And don't forget to go back in time with the great Ace Attorney Chronicles to tap into the family history of Phoenix Wright and solve new cases. Finally, don't miss out on the esports fun. Make sure you catch the latest matches with Capcom fighters. There really is something for everyone here today.
Так, Outbreak мы не увидим, да?
Join the conversation on Twitter
Не
and
даже
make sure you
минимальный
check out the
взгляд на Resident
Capcom
Evil
virtual
4
booth on the
ремейк, не дата
E3 portal
выхода, да,
to
ну
watch all
ничего.
these videos again and more. I'm Rachel Querico, aka Seltzer. Thank
Так
you
понимаю,
for being
реально все,
part
да?
of the Capcom
Не Street
experience at
Fighter
E3 this
6,
year.
ничего, да? Хотя бы про DLC в скором времени скажу. Это все серьезно.
Welcome back, and that is a
Мне
wrap.
придется объяснить,
on
как она стала
Capcom's
такой, как
presentation. I thought that
Нет,
rhymed for a
она там,
second,
ты
and
чё,
I was
она
gonna go,
вообще
that
не
rhymed, and I
молодая.
was like, that didn't rhyme, so-
И волосы более растрепанные. Она не особо реально молодой выглядит, во-первых. Во-вторых, это арт был.
Day 3, and I'm just feeling it,
Так,
folks. I'm feeling it, yeah.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie though, that certainly got me amped. We saw a lot of great titles there, and
Проклон
we're gonna
вряд
go
ли,
into more
да,
depth
это
about
не
Great Ace
сделают,
Attorney
вряд ли
Chronicles and
сделают. Ну вот она
all the
там
stuff that we
не
saw drop with
молодая.
Resident Evil, but we wanted to focus on
Так,
Monster Hunter a little
чё,
bit more
вы
here.
обсуждаете,
Without a
да,
doubt,
все
I'm
или все
absolutely
закончено?
hyped for Monster Hunter Stories 2, Wings of Ruin.
Outbreak не
That was
будет,
a
если
new
не
trailer
будет,
that
то
we
идите
saw, and
нафиг.
that
Что
one
я
got me in the feels.
немного разочарован.
And I think I saw this on the internet,
Завтра, надеюсь, Бандай нам
first use of Monsties,
не
it was like
подведут.
people weren't familiar with the term Monsties, and now we all are. So hashtag Monsties, get it out there right now.
I am all for that hashtag, yeah. But for me, when it comes to these narrative stories, the story has to be good. You know what I mean?
Ну, в принципе, E3 хорошо начали.
Trailers sometimes, like I'll be like, okay, this gameplay looks fantastic, or the animation is there, but am I gonna get into this story? And somehow this
Середина вообще шикарная.
what stood out was hearing, I think it was Michael's new crush. She's like, I love white-haired girls with red
Очень
eyes.
многие
He like
люди
lit up as soon
недовольны.
as
Ну а что вы думали? Пришли, сказали, мы начали делать DLC. Ну и чё?
you know, this monster can sense fear, it can sense anxiety.
This
And
Monstie.
Одни майки вытащили, одни майки. Ну там немного Ubisoft, ну не хочет мало всего. Одни Microsoft.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I mean,
За это им
I
огромный
like that too.
респект.
But anyway, yeah, like that resonated with me because I think that you know, we all have that challenge, right? We all deal with anxiety, we all deal with fear, and we kind of have that monster within us that we're always battling, right? So that sounded so cheesy, but it definitely connected with me.
No,
like,
I understand. And like for me personally, again, somebody who does love the core Monster Hunter series,
Yeah.
I didn't give Monster Hunter Stories 1 really a chance.
Yeah.
And so seeing this trailer for it and being like, oh man, this plays a lot more like an anime than it does a Monster Hunter,
Yes.
right? That's interesting. And it is interesting to see that world, the mechanics we know, and not mechanics, I guess, but in terms of, you know, what weapons you're using, what monsters you're seeing.
Так,
what the
Capcom
world
всё, я
building
не
techniques are
понимаю.
and how they're using it in a different story. I'm with you that the trailer
Вообще,
looked
но-
interesting, where I'm like, oh man, I must not have given the
да.
first one a shot.
I just think that
Вся надежда вот на Sony стоит, но типа когда это будет? На E3 это как бы никак не это самое. К E3 никакого отношения не имеет. Все. Спокойной ночи. Что мы говорим 25-го? Окей.
А завтра будет
Yeah, they definitely laid heavy on the
вторник,
cinematics.
15
Also, you know, we
июня.
were talking a little bit about Monster Hunter
Ну,
Rise.
15 уже
and, I mean,
Nintendo
man, they have a ton
Direct
of stuff
начнется.
dropping
То
through
есть
June
мы
and
с
July. Like,
16 июня в
Stories
0.25 уже получается. Бандай Намко будет. Мы только Бандай Намко будем смотреть, не Nintendo. А потом уже E3 2021 Award, церемония награждения. А воз... А они еще не говорят, когда... Вот будет E3 2021 Award, церемония награждения. А там могут интересный комбат пак указать, типа что-то лучше файтинг, это. Ну, они такие сразу. Оба мы еще выкатили. Так, ну все, здесь уже выступает Razer, мне это вообще не интересно. Что будем заканчивать? Ну вообще как-то, ладно. Все, завтра только Бандай Намко, и может еще церемонию награждения посмотрим, но я не думаю, что там что-то будет такого интересного. Ну а что еще ожидать? Что скоро распродаж? Да ничего только... Ничего толком-то не показали. Парочку Ubisoft показали, интересно. А так Microsoft все на себя вытянули. Ни Sony, ни Electronic Arts, ни других студий, которые ушли отсюда. Activision, всякие. Ладно, все, давайте тогда на этом заканчивать. Как это все, вот как E3 закончится, я начну уже новостные ролики пилить. Ну и все, спасибо всем, кто был. Встретимся уже сегодня же. Сегодня, на 5 минут, буквально до Бандай Намко. Ну и все, всем покеда.